Orlando is more central.
Start the meeting, Commissioner Banks, if you'll see us. Everyone will stand.
Most gracious God, we thank you today for the loving kindness and the multitude of tender mercy. God, we continuously petition you and ask you to watch over our citizens, bless every individual in this town and around this town and the commissioners. Be with us and keep us and help us and lead us to make the right decisions. We ask this in your son Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hey, everybody, welcome. We threw you off a little bit by having it on a Tuesday night. Not sure if everybody would remember that. We've got the Florida League of Cities conference going on this week. That's why we've moved it to tonight. I believe Commissioner DeVito, you're going to be representing the city there. Yeah, this time.
And Fort Lauderdale.
In Fort Lauderdale.
A long way.
It's a long ways away. That's why I couldn't go at this time, but I know you'll represent us well. Thank you for doing that. I've got a couple of announcements. First off, I'm very pleased to share that if you might have noticed, all of the poles down Central Avenue, the light poles, are painted and complete thanks to the partnership and all the volunteers that helped out. It was a true labor of love by everybody, but it freshened Central Avenue up and they look nice. So thank you everyone that volunteered.
And we want to thank you because you were in the bucket truck making high.
Well, Charles was too.
Charles, thank you also.
Charles was on the most danger. He was on doing the ladder. But it was a late, but everybody showed up. It was just heartwarming when you show up there and Friday mornings to see all the people that stepped out. And it was hot and they trudged right through it. So thank you. This next farmer's market, as we know, the farmer's market continued to be a great success. Last month, the children were able to enjoy water activities and the volunteers were able to get cooled off. We also had some people that tried their hand at singing. Some people went back to their day jobs and some people might be contacting Nashville, we're not sure, but we had karaoke. It was a good time for everybody and it was a great turnout. And again, that is with the partnership and the many volunteers. This next event is going to be Saturday, August 27th, and it's from 9 to 2, so please make sure you show up. We've got on the 25th, the school board has agreed to come to town to do a forum, and they had it scheduled originally for the 18th. Unfortunately, Superintendent Cernsey has been called to Tallahassee to discuss the high schools, and so they cannot be here on the 18th. They've asked to move it to the 25th, so it's going to be from 6 to 8 in the middle school auditorium, the Miller Middle School auditorium. So if you want to hear what they plan to do with our schools and with the bond referendum, please make sure that you show up, share with others. Also, this Thursday night, we have at the Women's Club, they are hosting the candidate election forum. And it's going to start at 6 o'clock. Now, this is for the candidates that are in the primary, not the ones that are in the general election. So none of our local candidates will be there. They'll have another one for them at another time. So, but I just wanted to let you all know about that. If you want to know about the candidates that are on the primary, please do try to show up for that. Crescent City Kennel is hosting with SPCA, which is the Volusia County chapter. They are hosting shots Sunday, August 28th from 9 to 11:30. So that's another opportunity for everyone that needs to have their animals vaccinated. And I think also you can buy medication there. So with that, I think that covers just about everything with all of our announcements, and we'll get started. Bobby is going to be a little late. He does have Pomona Park on Tuesday evening, and so as soon as they wrap up, he's going to be here. So we'll, with that, let's go ahead and get started with the minutes. We've got the approval of the minutes commission. You have before you July 6th, July 7th, July 12th, July 14th, and July 26th minutes.
I make a motion to accept.
I'll
Any
second.
necessary corrections?
Okay, so we have a motion to accept with any necessary corrections that anybody might bring up, and a second. Do I have any comments?
Yes, Mayor, I have one.
Okay.
Well, actually, maybe two. Very first page, very first minutes, July 6th. Very first page under planning and zoning. After the sentence that says Commissioner DeVito asked about the new law on advertising, I would like to take out the next sentence that says she feels we would be able to do it electronically, blah, blah, blah. That doesn't represent what I said. We don't actually need it. The operative thing is that the mayor asked the attorney to investigate the legislation. So I would just take out the sentence that isn't really needed.
Okay. Do you have in your second one, please?
Right, and then the special meeting, the very last set of meetings, and I don't know what to do about this because the city attorney is not here. On the last page, page 3, where we talked about approval of sworn qualification statement. Am I audible, by the way? No, okay. There we go.
Where are you? Which one?
Right, it's the very, very last one, the special meeting on July 26th, the last page, which there's 3 pages. And then go almost to the end. Next to the last paragraph where it says approval of sworn qualification statement. So let's see, 1, 2, 3 sentences in that says, because everything on this form is already on the state forms of the qualifying packet. The city attorney's not here. I think he said most everything, but we would have to check with him.
Okay.
I think he said that more than once, that it was most everything, but that it wasn't identical. So, I can't speak to that because he's the one that said it.
I think we determined, we did determine that ours has a little additional information and we were going to use that form.
Correct.
So we might just want to strike that whole sentence.
I think that would.
Okay, do we have any other changes to the minutes? Okay. We have a motion to approve the changes, and we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. So moved. So then we're going to go to our next one, which is, the captain. With the keynote. Yeah. Keynote tonight.
Can you sit in you got a storm every time.
He was across the street a minute ago. Can anybody call him or catch him?
Yeah. Charles can. So with that, if everyone is in agreement, I'm going to go ahead and take this out of order. And we'll start with the resolution. This was a resolution that was requested by the Florida Association of City Clerks, that anyone that is in membership that we do. So I will read the resolution. Resolution 2022-10, a resolution of the City of Crescent City approving and recognizing the 50th anniversary of the Florida Association of City Clerks and honoring this achievement. Whereas the office of the municipal clerk is a time-honored and vital part of local government and is one of the oldest among public servants. And whereas the office of the municipal clerk provides a professional and essential link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and intergovernmental agencies at the local, state, and federal levels, along with other essential services. And whereas the Florida Association of City Clerks, FACC, is a professional membership organization for Florida's municipal clerks and others who work within the clerk's office. And whereas FACC began in 1972 when its founder, the late Robert N. Clark, CMC, City Clerk of Sunrise, saw the need for an organization to bring together like-minded people to unite the voice of all municipal clerks, to share ideas, and to assist one another in the work of municipal government. And whereas FACC celebrates its 50th anniversary in 2022, and a golden anniversary is a momentous occasion worthy of commendation, and Florida's cities, towns, and villages will all join in observation of this celebratory event. And whereas municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the municipal clerk through participation in educational programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. And whereas FACC is a primary source for the educational programs, seminars, workshops, and webinars for educating Florida's municipal clerks and those who serve in the clerk's office, and municipal clerks look to FACC to provide the training needed to obtain their certified municipal clerk and master municipal clerk certifications. And now therefore, be it resolved by the City of Crescent City, Section 1, that the City of Crescent City celebrates the 50th anniversary of the Florida Association of City Clerks. And Section 2, that FACC is commended for 50 years of excellent service provided to the municipal clerks in the state of Florida. To be approved and adopted by the City Commission upon your acceptance.
I move that we pass resolution 2022-10.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? No discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So moved. Yes, ma'am?
This is listed as a public hearing. Do we need to ask for actual testimony?
Oh, we do, don't, because it is a resolution. Thank you, Commissioner Trujillo. I have it out, I took it kind of out of order a little bit. So we need, does anybody would like to comment on this? Commissioners, I believe we've already approved this.
Yes.
We're gonna move forward. And with that, I'm gonna go ahead and open up public comment, if that's okay.
Ken Messer is on his way.
He is, okay, we'll go ahead and open up public comment. So anybody that would like to speak, please come forward. State your name and your address.
Here, you want to, unless you want to mention that the sister city has been delayed.
Oh, I thought she changed it. Okay.
I changed it on the website,
Still on
but
the
not
agenda,
changed it on the
okay. Yes, the Sister City, presentation that was well received. She was, asked that it be moved to the
To
next
next month.
month, yes.
My name is Elizabeth Gomez, and I reside in 19 Cedar Street. My essay is titled The Good News Chronicle, a love letter to my new city. On Friday last week, my best friend, the current wife of my ex-husband, we've been friends for 15 years, called me and asked me if she would come and visit our city. Of course, yes, I wanted to show off Crescent City. First thing, go check Dexter Park for trash. Go fish all the trash from Haley's Point side drainage pond. Done. She just came back from a 6-week vacation in Spain and Portugal. Our husband is Spaniard and raised in Venezuela. Oh my God, she was in awe. Liz, this is so beautiful. Wow. She called her husband and told him, baby, you won't believe the smell in the air. It's like when we were in Portugal in the pines. I love this town. I lowered my windows 5 miles away from the town and I could smell the trees. I took her on a road trip to all the spots I know. We went to lunch at Los Amigos and her and Miss Irma, the owner, chatted away for a long time. Miss Irma told her that back when she got here 22 years ago, they will give a tour in town and talk about history and Peacock Alley. I have joined the Purple Plum Playhouse, the Historical Society, the Women's Club. I was voted a commissioner for the Tree and Garden Society because I believe 100% in volunteering and making a difference. My urgency is the mental health of the children. I grew up in a sleepy little town in Puerto Rico just like this one, where the Catholic Church, founded in 1814, still ring their bell every hour. In the summers, it was all mountains, river, and the library. As a tree and garden commissioner, I am asking for consideration to have in place free programs in the summer for these children. I have already introduced myself to many parents at Dexter Park and asked them if they will like a program like this in the summer for the children, and everybody is 100% for it. I am suggesting history, walking field trips in town, volunteering with the children, cleaning up, painting, art, drama plays. I'm asking the same from other clubs. Please don't leave us in the summer. We need you. The highlight of my life at the age of 7, and I'm 61, was having a group of dedicated teachers and puppeteers come to my school and put up a show out in the lawn for us. I'm suggesting that the children follow a professional for a day, from the mayor to Palmera's, the kitchen, whatever, waitress over there. I would like to see theater for kids in the summer. Girls of all colors and ages come to the women's club and learn about history. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know you've embraced the community. Thank you.
Did you time that?
Might be a lot shorter and sweeter. The street register 499 Clifton Road. I just wanted to report on something that the Franklin Peninsula Historical Society has done this past month, working on the historic Jethro Baptist Church. Got 2 of the members in here with us tonight, so I'm glad to see them come in. Our members repaired the steeple. They chased the pigeons out. They went back up there, and actually they carried a few of the baby pigeons out down the stairs. So they repaired the framing, putting in material to prevent the return of the birds into the steeple. We continue to work with the church on the other needed repairs on this building that dates back to 1875. So it's one of the oldest buildings in town. The most important part of that day was when they reattached the old bell rope and the church bell was rung again after many, many years of being silent. And if you could have seen Tony and Kathy's face standing in the road when that bell was being rung, it was heartbreaking. Heartwarming, not breaking. Heartbreaking, it wasn't fixed a long time ago. With that being said, I just want to remind the city of our request last month that monies be put aside for future historic preservation planning for this city as they go forward in planning for the budget for next year, so we can continue to protect what we have remaining in this city. We've lost so much since I was a child here. And I think our next little project is going to be the city jail. So we'll be reporting on that next month with Charles's help.
Thank you, Sheree. I saw Sheree that afternoon. Tears to her eyes, it's like, I think it did just now. It kind of choked her up a little bit when she said that bell rang for the first time in what, Sheree, 61 years?
Well, they say about 60, 70 years.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's incredible. Thank you. Do we have any other speakers tonight? Any more public comment at this time?
Yeah, that sounds good.
You want to introduce Jody?
Oh, sure.
Go ahead and do that, and you can do that, and so Catherine gets here.
Oh, hey, come on up, voting. Tonight we have Jody Young. She's our current representative from McLaren. She's been with us probably 2 months now.
Since the beginning of April.
Just doing a phenomenal job. She's a former finance director and city manager in Bushnell.
City of Bushnell.
And so he knows Edmonds front and back, and IMS, our older system. We're off of it, but we still have some records there. So it's just been a great help in getting things squared away and back. And I wanted to introduce her, and if you guys have any questions for her, feel free.
Okay. Jody, thank you. I can see that, the relief in both Sheila and Jill's face. So thank you for setting us on the right course.
We're trying, we're working really hard, and great staff here at the city. I really enjoyed working with Charles and getting to know the staff here. Usually I Zoom with them if they have any questions. I work from home primarily. I try to come up here at least once a month. I'm scheduled to come twice this month for 2 days each time. And do the best I can working remotely, and it's worked out well. I have access to Edmonds from home. to handle a lot of things remotely, but it's also nice to be here in person, so everybody can put a face to me, to my name. And really enjoy working for the city, and I'm hoping that we can keep moving everything forward and getting back on a good path with the finance department. With all the changes, it's affected quite a bit, and, we're trying to slowly but surely get everything resolved and move forward and make some changes. I'm trying not to unload too many on everybody all at once, but I have a lot of really good ideas and working with Charles to try to streamline everything and make it a lot more productive for the city as far as finance department goes. But I'm always available. There was a question that came up about me attending the meetings. I'm more than happy to do that remotely. If you all would like me to zoom in, I can do that. To be present in case there's any questions on the finance side, more than happy to do that. And if it works out that I can attend the meeting in person, I would absolutely do that as well. So.
Commissioners, do we have any questions of Jody? There's,
I got one
See
comment.
your face,
Yes,
yes,
sir.
the name.
yes, sir, Commissioner Banks?
My comment is this, I'm so glad when I got my phone, I seen where it dropped down from 15 checks signing to 2.
That was a big undertaking.
I think that's a big check.
It was. I'm hoping that's gonna eliminate a lot of these transfers between bank accounts every week and every month and just cut down on a lot of manual things and make things a little bit more automated, go down to just two accounts to have to reconcile. It's a lot to reconcile 15 accounts. And all the activity that was occurring in all those accounts, that was the first big step, so there's more to come.
I know we were behind, I didn't think we were that far behind.
Yeah, I'm caught up on bank reconciliations now, but that was a pretty big undertaking. So we're getting there. It's just taking time. I've only been working at Crescent City as a client for just a few months, so.
I have to say though that Jody, the feelings I've had with her, that she just has such a great attitude. She's always smiling. She's, no matter what, I think you were on with Edmund for like 2 hours on the phone the other day.
Yes.
She came down and she was still smiling, and I'm like, well, at least she's here and she's not pulling her hair out, so.
I'm not.
That's a blessing, that's a blessing to all of us. Any other questions we have there? Everybody good?
I went through, I mean, what are we using what are we going to be looking at to decide what's going on, this or this?
Well,
You understand what I mean? I don't understand, I got one
One is
packet.
fund balances and the other is
The other one's more of a detail. One is more of just an overview of your revenues versus your expenses, a
Yeah,
more
and this
simplified
is-
reporting, and that's a detailed reporting.
Okay, so this detail, I guess we feel it's very important to look at all the details since we already, I mean, if everything is within, the plan, why are we kind of looking at detail? I think we hired you to do that.
Well, Commissioner DeVito requested a copy, and I have to give all of you a copy. One of you requests a copy, so.
So now, how many more months do we have left to use the old budget, because it's not really looking together yet, but,
No, that's good, actually.
well, it looks good, but I'm seeing, and I see we're, year to date right now, we have $18,000 in the general fund, and we're minus 100,000 as far as what we've taken in. So are we going to be able to have enough money to get through the end of the year?
And then some.
Okay,
Yeah, we're only, 61% expended, I think, in our budget, rather than, we're only a month and a half out, the end of the budget year. So, early estimate has over $200,000
yeah.
revenue over expenses. So we won't know until it's all said and done, but.
And I just have one other question about the police pension fund. Where do we put that money to gain revenue? Because it doesn't look like we're gaining any revenue there. And if I look at this.
We are,
Current and year to date,
That was one of the things that I discovered when I was working on the reconciliations. The gains on the investments were being classified to an account that does not show up in the revenue and expense report. They were being put to a general ledger account, which does not pull in. So I'm having to work to reclassify everything to a revenue account where it belongs.
okay.
And then you'll see how well the investments are doing. There should be an interest line item on there that should be interest, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I'm looking at this and maybe, maybe it's not as detailed, maybe I need one that gives me exact, numbers, but,
Okay,
I mean, I'm just looking at the police pension fund in particular. And, it looks like we're, minus, I'll go with the low one, $447,554. That just seems extreme. So what does that mean? I'm not very good financially. Is that in the hole? I mean,
well, what it means is they probably projected last year for the budget for this year, maybe that the investments were gonna do a little bit better than they're doing. They're still doing well, they just may have fallen short of what was projected for them to earn.
but is this payout, this pension fund, you have to pay out, correct?
Yes, pension fund's in good shape,
Yeah, we only have two on it right now, is that correct? Don't we have
I believe so.
Yeah, we only have two.
There
We have
was-
a beneficiary and, one retiree.
So I hope to kind of have those, the pension, the police and the fire pension funds kind of cleaned up and put the monies where they should be in the proper accounts, and hopefully that'll make a difference on next month's, expense report. It should be able to see truer accounting.
Okay, because right now, I mean,
Yeah, and that I discovered.
it really doesn't do good. So, must be a minus, I guess everybody else is good. That's what I'm hearing tonight.
The analogy that Jody and I talked about last night, I don't know if any of you've ever had a chain that you've knotted up and you try to get it unknotted and you take the pins and you're working it back and forth and you think you've got it and you've gotten this one, you've moved this one. So that's really kind of what she's doing right now, is she's unknotting.
Trying to unravel
The year's not over, and I know.
Right.
Things are coming in, things are going out, and things are still fluctuating, I do understand that, but that just seemed like a very high number. Minus.
And it's probably a combination of the investments maybe not performing what they were expected to, the interest rates being where they are right now. And then the other piece of it is, like I said, something that was classified and, that needs to be moved over. So, hopefully next month we'll have a report, and we can generate any report out of the system, whatever level of detail the commission.
Oh, no,
wants.
we may as well generate as many as you'd like, it's kind of the way it works here, so.
Any other questions? Commissioner DeVito?
Just a clarification on the police pension fund. It's my understanding that after we eliminated our police department, we actually, that the pension fund has been changed in form, hasn't it? Hasn't it been paid? It was originally in one form, and because now it's for an inactive, it's like essentially a trust fund. We no longer have an active police department, so it goes into a whole different category. So that may make a difference in how it appears. We have never actually had a written report on the changes to the police pension fund from the pension attorneys that we hired. There have been quite a few expenses. I think there were some payouts. There were significant expenses to the attorneys and the actuaries. We had to hire an actuary because of course it all has to work under law. So it might be helpful for us to have a written report about the metamorphosis of the fund and where the money has gone. The reports that we've had have been only verbal.
Okay,
I take your word that you're working
I'm sorry.
on it. I take your word that you're working on it, okay? So-
Yeah, and we'll get in touch with you, Commissioner Attorney, and see if we can have them generate something that'll be more written format from them, not just our system. And they can certainly provide something like that.
Thank you so much.
She's got a long drive, so
She's got a long drive, Jody,
Only
thank you.
2.5 hours from here, so.
Be safe,
Thank you.
be safe, and
I'll see you next
we'll
time.
see you next time. Okay, so next on the agenda is going to be resolution 2022-11. Are we okay with going forward with?
Yes, I can read that. Resolution number 2022-11, a resolution of the City of Crescent City authorizing the mayor to sign the amended interlocal agreement between Putnam County and the City of Crescent City concerning administration, permitting, inspections, and enforcement of the building code, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. Mayor, this is to amend our, really to show that our interlocal agreement includes floodplain management. The state wanted it explicitly spelled out in our agreement. Typically, a building department handles this, and when we handed it over to the county, they've been handling it. So we just need to do an amendment, and the counties have to do it with all the cities, amending the agreements to show that they handle floodplain management.
Do we need a motion?
We are, yes, sir, we're gonna need a motion.
To approve resolution 2022-11.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
Okay, and a second, do we have any, discussion? And remember, we're doing our discussion first and as requested by the audience, and we're allowing them to speak afterwards, so. No more discussion? Do we have any public input at this time? Any additional factual testimony for or against? Nobody come forward? We have a motion to approve and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so moved.
Great, the next item. Next item is scheduling a workshop for minimum maintenance standards. If you recall, when I brought those forward, it's a pretty extensive set of standards that we need to kind of work our way through. And so I provided some dates in September. Basically, it's just about every Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday in the month that we don't already have a meeting. I just need to get a date that will work for all of you. Now, again, I recommend, I think I put it in my cover letter, that we do this, this could be in the afternoon.
So we have our commission, the commission meeting will be on the 8th in September, correct?
We have two, we have the
Oh, that's
special
right.
meeting for the second reading of the ordinance for the,
And when do we have that scheduled?
I believe it's the 22nd.
22nd is special meeting.
The
For the budget,
Yes.
it's the budget special
The
meeting.
8th is a regular meeting, the 22nd is the special meeting for the second reading of this budget.
Okay, that- repeat that again.
The 8th is the regular meeting
And then we'll have the second meeting.
on the 22nd.
What time are you wanting to do on the 22nd?
I just have this regular time.
6 o'clock.
6.
So would we want to do minimum maintenance standards at like 4:30 or 5 on the same day?
My recommendation is, you guys always express a lot of you're tired after we do a workshop and a meeting at the same time, same day. This minimum maintenance is a lengthy document. It may take us sort of more than 2 hours to go through it.
Okay,
So I would recommend a different day that you can recover before the commission meeting.
So,
You want to block out Thursday on all of September?
That's up to you, Commissioner.
So you want to do the 15th?
It could be, it's open if the commission desires, if everyone's available that day, the 15th. You could do it at 2 o'clock in the afternoon,
I can't.
2 o'clock.
well, I was thinking
For the
actually,
morning.
is the 20th available? I mean,
20th
that's
to Tuesday.
what, that's on my list.
I've got something.
The 20th is code enforcement
At
at
5:30.
5:30.
Then we'd have to finish by 5:30, by 5:15.
That'd be great.
Yeah, because they've got,
We started, could you do 2 o'clock on Tuesday? Was it? For 20?
on the 20th, I could do 2 o'clock on the 20th.
Sure.
I think some of them we need to make sure that some of the public is here by us having,
The minimum maintenance.
the middle of the day. We don't have no not congregation, I mean, public. Out there, so
So it'll come back at night for the,
regular meeting.
for further discussion and adoption. So you can remove what you don't like at the workshop and then bring it to the public I mean, they're welcome, you can have them speak at the workshop, but you can, or we can do an evening workshop, just it'll go to 9 or 10.
Well, this we put on the website so they can take a look at it.
Yes, we can do that. Put a PDF on the website.
Pleasure.
2:00 the 20th.
That works.
That work for everyone? Sounds like 2 hours on the 20th?
I have another question though about the workshop. So, I am interested in seeing if there are alternatives to that very lengthy document. Is it possible to, advertise it so that if I come up with an alternative, we could consider it?
Yeah, we can just advertise that we're gonna be discussing minimum maintenance standards. And you could, anyone could bring up,
Whatever form.
you may add to that document or take away
Definitely
from it.
take away.
Yeah.
You know, if you take it away from it, so.
Yeah, so any
It gives us
examples we
a
have.
starting point.
Because I've seen some shorter things in other city codes that are actually part of the code. I haven't looked at them in enough detail to know if they're sufficient, but if they look like they might fit the bill, I would send them to you. And does that work?
Yeah, that works.
Okay, I just want to make sure
And I'll
it's
distribute them, yeah.
what we're advertising, that's broad enough. Okay, thank you.
Let me say this, in our calendar, we used to get a calendar, print out of all our meetings during the run of the month.
Oh, we can do that, we just forgot about that.
Yeah, and have her to.
Karen, can you make a note to, we need to print, remember we started printing the 1 month calendar with meetings?
With the special meetings, and putting the we can get them to, I won't be calling you and aggravating.
I like when you
Calling
call
and
me.
aggravating you.
Yeah.
I like when you call me.
Oh, okay.
I think, also something else while we're doing this, we might want to discuss that, you know, based on the charter that we've got the election, when the election comes up in November, it says, I believe the swearing in is the Monday following. But we have a Thursday meeting, our meeting will actually fall on that Thursday. So I think in keeping with the charter, we probably need to go ahead and move, determine what we want to do, if we want to move it to Monday the 14th and following the charter regularly. What's our organizational meeting? Is our organizational meeting?
Yeah, organizational meeting normally falls Monday after the election. This year we have a regular meeting that would fall in between
Yeah.
the election and the organizational meeting.
So, what's the commission? What is your pleasure?
Could move the meeting on the 10th to the
To the
14th,
14th.
Yes,
then becomes the organizational meeting.
in November.
I so moved that we move the meeting from the 10th to the 14th following the November election.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I thought you did that, Judy, since you won't be here.
Do we have a second?
I will be here.
She will, she has to give up
She
the
will
seat.
be here. We have a motion.
I won't be sitting here, but I'll be here.
Be here for the beginning. A motion and a second. All in favor? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And for the record, I believe Commissioner DeVito beat him to the second. Okay.
Okay, good.
Also, Mayor, October 10th, on the 13th, our regularly scheduled meeting, we will not have a quorum. The 3 of you will be attending the redevelopment conference.
Okay, on October 10th? I mean, October
October 13th,
13th? Okay, where do we want, do we want to move that to the 11th
or the 6th.
or the 6th? We move it to the 6th, a week before.
I would suggest the 11th because that 6th is gonna come up.
Yeah, it's 2 weeks after this special meeting on the 22nd.
I would suggest the 11th. To keep it in the second week.
The conference kick off on the 11th? Yeah.
Well, mine does. Mine actually kicks off on the 10th and it goes to the 14th. Y'all's kick off on the 12th to the 14th.
So they could do the 11th.
Yes.
We'll have to get one to fill in, someone fill in for Karen.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I move
What time is that meeting, at 6?
6.
So we have a motion to move the regularly scheduled commission meeting from the 13th to the 11th, and we have a second. Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so moved. With that, I believe we all have an usher walk in. Captain? Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. I apologize for my
No.
tardiness.
That's okay, you're
I'm here, I'm here.
working, you're working. Thank you for being here.
But not not a whole lot to go over for this month. Last month was a great month as well. As you will see here on the first of the briefing, we did run a street crimes operation. I'm sorry, I'll start off on our extra numbers here. We had 161 calls for service, 45 of those were traffic stops, 2 traffic crashes reported, and 26 suspicious persons that will be able to keep them at a check level. So a little different from last month. I think we were over 200 calls for service, and as you see, it's now 161. I don't know what causes that, but just less calls in the city, which is a good thing. On the next page you see there, we did run a street crimes operation. Some of these are ongoing investigations, so I'm not going to name any names or give any detail on this. There were a total of 5 arrests made in this, numerous traffic stops. There was 2 firearms. One of those that were seized was stolen out of another state. So that was an awesome undertaking there. Anytime we get a stolen firearm off the street, it's more comforting to me because I was in a shock, not really. So it's very rewarding. Any questions on the street crimes operation? We did 2 things here on the street crimes operation, and that was one was we were also targeting a block party that came to Crescent City. There was some actions there that could have been taken to shut that down a little bit earlier. I don't know why that did not happen. I've got to meet with Captain Hayes, who was over Special Operations Bureau. Today was my first day being back. I came back at noon today, so I haven't had time to have any of these meetings and meet with people. So once I have some answers and get some clarification there, I'll make sure that if we are having any kind of parties or whatnots in Crescent City in these parts there and all, they know to shut those down at that dusk. So I'm gonna make that very clear. I don't know why that happened, so I do apologize for that if you guys received any calls on it. We only showed having 1 call for service on that, and that was at about 11:15 at night. So I don't know if you guys got any calls about it. If you did, I apologize, and we'll rectify that in the future. Secondly, we had a couple thefts here in a residential burglary. One of the thefts was from one of the city trucks. We're not sure where exactly it was happening. It was taken on Central Avenue somewhere, and it was one of these backpack style weed blowers. It was taken from the back of the truck, and we couldn't find any video surveillance or anything to follow up on that. And the next one was over on Spruce Street. It was a residential burglary where someone broke into the house and fired the fire extinguisher off, and we don't have any leads on that as well. Today, those are still active investigation. Any comments on any of those yet?
It costs $3,500 to clean up.
So whatever happened, again, I've been out, so I know there was a company that was looking to do some help them out with that. Is that what it ended up costing? Was
$3,500.
wow,
Wow, sorry.
wow.
How did you do the damage with the fire extinguisher?
We did the ceiling, the floor, the walls, everything. I say you
Oh,
think
my
I know
God.
who did it, but I can't say for sure.
Any questions so far? Okay, the next one there is our traffic crash day. We did have 2 traffic crashes reported. Both of those were 2 vehicle accidents, one pulled out in front of the other one, not paying attention. And you see the addresses there, one was Central Avenue, Summer Street Road, and some. Now, I didn't put the data we had 3 other parking lot crashes that didn't require a report, so those were less than $500 a day. Now, I know I've seen some emails and some things about some dogs over on Clement Street that I want to address. I made it a point to go back over there today. We thankfully have 2 dogs left. One will be leaving this evening, and the other should be going tomorrow, so that should be all the dogs off of that property will no longer be there. there was another, I know that Karen sent me an email about one of our deputies, I guess directed someone up here to the city chambers to get some kind of a form to send to animal control. I don't know where that came from. I've got that taken care of. So our protocol is, once we have a dog bite victim, our deputy responds out, they take photographs of the injuries, they send that report to animal control, and the animal control does the follow-up. Now, I don't know exactly what the procedures are. I do know a little bit about them. We're supposed to make sure that the dog stays quarantined and any kind of behaviors that may exist. If it doesn't have a shot, the animal control could cite them for it not having shots and things like that. So they would be responsible for following up on that kind of stuff. So that's kind of the procedure, how that goes.
Was that the dog down on
Park in Florida,
Park in Florida?
yes, ma'am.
Was it in the fenced-in yard?
It
It's jumped
That's
the
a-
fence after me before when I've been
I was
running.
gonna say, have you seen that fence?
Yeah.
It's not applicable
Yeah.
for that kind of a dog.
Yeah,
So,
he's come after me before.
yes, ma'am. I went by there today. I couldn't get a hold of anybody, so as soon as I can make contact with someone, that fence is not suitable. So we're gonna have to obviously do something there.
Yeah, 'cause he just jumps it, he starts at one end and he starts running and
The fence is over there.
he's over the fence. Yeah, it's right here, it's,
Kind of scary.
well, and I do warn people that when they, especially some of our elder people, that when they're walking, it's the one that's on the corner, it's the northeast corner, that, I'm pretty sure that's the one you're talking about, but
Northeast, yes.
yes. And it, they have two dogs, I believe, but there is a pit in there that he starts running, and when he does, he jumps that fence, and he came after me. Luckily, my daughter was with me, we were running together, and he came after me, and she stopped him, and the owner came running out and took care of it. But I always warn people when I'm out and about, just be careful on that corner, if you hear the dogs and you know they're out, that he is capable of jumping. Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't.
You know, and also, I've seen the dog in front of these, everybody thinks a chain link fence is the best fence for a dog, but I don't know if you know it, but a lot of your burglars and whatnot, they just go with the chain link fences on the bottom, and you can pick it right up, the dogs can slip right over that fence, they just don't know it. But when they figure it out, it takes the homeowners a long time to figure it out, but they can slip right under those fences, so. Got off point there for just a little bit, but yes, that fence is too small, and we are addressing that.
Thank you. We have any other questions of the council? Commissioner DeVito?
I do, I have a couple, and thank you, yes. So just to clarify on the dog bite thing, once the deputy comes out, the person who was bitten does not need to do any other thing it'll be transmitted automatically to animal control.
Yes,
Okay. And thank you for addressing the fence issue.
no problem.
Because there was a friend of mine who was bitten and I shared it and I never go near that fence. And I got quite a response. A lot of people have problems there. Something I have asked for a long time, and so has somebody else I see in the audience. I was thinking when I saw the burglary on Spruce Street, it would be so nice when there is a burglary if we could get an alert through the city, just to say there was a burglary, in whatever 100 block. I mean, if the sheriff's office can send it to the city can send out a notice, correct? And I wouldn't have to say anything except there was a burglary. Because I think that's the kind of thing that people have been saying for a long time they would like to know. If you live near Spruce Street, you really might want to heads up. Does that make sense? And at one point, either you or Colonel Wells, I'm not sure, someone said that y'all could do that. No details, not anything other than just an FYI to the public.
Yes, me and Charles had spoken about that before, but we really didn't figure out what kind of a format we wanted to do with that, and I would warn you against what all we're putting out there. So we need kind of a guideline of what we want to put out there. I know I don't want to, I remember you sent an email the other day, I apologize, I've only been back since 12 o'clock, so I haven't read all the details on it.
Catch up.
But I've just seen some bits and parts, took some notes from it. But we gotta be careful what we put out there.
Right, well, that I know where I've lived before, they just say, you know, there was a burglary on the whatever 100 block.
Right, and again, if I see something, that I think there's gonna be a reoccurrence or a pattern, it's gonna light up like a Christmas tree around here. So when I see something that's not, I don't think that it's a danger to someone else, I think it's just a one-time thing. I don't know that I would necessarily, and that's just my opinion, that's up to you guys if you wanna put out there.
Well, this has come up
I'll put it
several
on social
times.
media.
And it's always the same, we're not gonna do it. Seemed like that was always consensus, it wasn't a good idea to advertise it,
Unless we think there's more going to occur. And on this one specifically, I felt that for certain that this was a one-time incident. Probably kids got into that house and when that fire extinguisher went off, it scared them. Some fire extinguishers, once you push that button, they don't let off and the whole thing's coming out. So I didn't actually go to that scene. I have not looked at photographs of that scene. I know that those fire extinguisher cleanups are very, very costly because they're very time consuming. And I don't know what kind of chemical was in that fire extinguisher. So I was
Can I
just,
make a comment, please?
yes, ma'am.
The house was empty. The lady that lives behind me, and she, needed to go live with her son. So her son and daughter-in-law came down and boxed everything up in the big truck. And I think there was someone watching them. So they came in the house a couple days later. There was nothing in the house, but, this fire extinguisher was sprayed everywhere.
That was more vandal, that's
Vandalism.
That's vandalism.
Right.
It is, that's what it was. That's how we worked it. We worked it as a burglary and vandalism. So the only thing I would challenge you guys is that you just give me a list of crimes that you would like to see, that you want to post, because I kind of don't know what you want to see. And if I can have a good general guideline, because I don't want to call you whenever he calls that I get Charles. So, you know, I just, it's a bit varying. So if you calls you would like to see, that I could call you on, and you tell me, yes, we can release something on me with that, I have no problem with that. Is that fair enough?
Sure, that's fair enough. I have one more question. So you mentioned the street party?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I live kind of towards the middle of town, not too far from Central. People who live near me see the traveling back and forth. So somebody commented to me last weekend, it seemed like there was a lot of cruising, you know, that kind of evening cruising. So should they call about that? Is that indicative of a potential street party?
Well, what happens is basically, a lot of times we get it ahead of time. So someone will say, we're gonna have a block party at wherever, whatever street. And then 15, 20 minutes before, they'll change it to the other side of town, or they'll change it to a whole other town. They'll go from here, go over to Willaca if they think there's a large officer presence here. But we normally don't get those things until the last minute. Our crime analyst, bless his heart, he does a fantastic job of catching these things ahead of time on Facebook. But, you know, if we don't catch them, you could have, I don't know how many people. I mean,
Right.
Flagler County had over 10,000 people show up in 45 minutes. So that's, you never know when these things are gonna pop off, and you just hope that they're pleasant. You know, you don't have loud music with it and things like that, but you hope that there's no violence associated with it. And normally they don't have that. And normally you have the typical complaints, just like we have with this one we have here. Luckily, we only seen one call. And there was about 300 people there until midnight. So, it must have went pretty peaceful because I didn't see any phone calls on my phone about it. So maybe that's because that was when I was on vacation. But they're just that, they're pop-up parties that happen within the hour sometimes. And when you have the circumstance they had in the other county was, they had a famous rapper 15 to 20 minutes before his party was gonna kick off, said, see you guys there. So that just made everybody want to go there. He had no intentions on showing up. So, it's just, again, it's a case-by-case basis. The other jurisdictions, we have mutual agreements with them. If we have something like that, they will come over and assist us. Ours has been pretty pleasant.
The only complaint I got from the pop-up was the noise. And the deputies, they
And
did swallow it
again-
and they got it shut down by midnight.
Again, the deputies, the problem they told me they were having, and I'll have to, again, I want to go over there and speak with some neighbors. They said there was nobody in that park. They lined up on the sides of the streets and there was no one in that park. But again, we've got a mutual agreement with the Bay Street apartments and everything there, that we can do whatever we need to do to keep people off that property, so if that's what it was. I've just got to do a little bit of research on it, I'm sorry, I just haven't had enough time today to get into
That's
it.
okay, that's.
So if you can put that on, maybe a reminder for next month, I'll have some answers.
Thank you for having it on the radar and
No problem.
doing what you did do. Thank you. And I would have to say that I feel very comfortable leaving it up to the captain as far as what needs to be reported to us and what should not be reported to us. Unfortunately, Facebook is an animal and people get on there and spread incorrect information and someone's observation, someone's idea becomes factual to somebody else. And so, I honestly would leave that up to, in my opinion, we should leave that up to the captain.
But I do understand the residents want to know what's going on.
Right. Especially when it happens in their neighborhood, and maybe that's something that if it's right there in direct proximity, just kind of, I know with you when y'all are in there doing that, just making sure that, and I know you've done that in the past, you kind of reached out to those neighbors that are right there.
We do, we do pretty extensive neighborhood canvases, that's part of our crime reduction techniques, is neighborhood canvases and things like that, so. And our Crime Stoppers program, there's a lot of things that go into it. But until I have what I call a pattern, where I think this is gonna be continuing, that's usually when we step it up, and that's when I start making phone calls and we start putting sign boards out and things of that nature.
Captain,
Go ahead.
I know some, police departments, sheriff department have the social media officers. Is we there yet?
We got it, yeah, that's what our crime analyst does.
Okay. Just sitting there and,
Oh, yeah.
can somebody get out there and see me from hell?
That's how he finds a lot of these block parties. He's got, I don't know how many, I'm giving secrets out here, but we've got numerous Facebook accounts and things like that, so we're able to infiltrate into these crowds and see what they're talking about.
Good. They don't work.
I've noticed the, speed machine over on 308. How's that going? You got any feedback on that? You probably haven't had a chance to even look at it, but thank you for putting it there.
I haven't, I know, Mr.
Coleman.
Has he been watching it pretty hard?
Yeah.
I'm sure he has.
Yeah, he's right.
Good, I hope he does.
I watch it every time I'm going up there. I'm like, hey, I'm doing pretty good.
I hope it makes his heart a little warmer by looking at that, because I've spent many hours out there trying to catch people speeding, and it's very, very tough.
Do we have any other comments? Thank you.
You want anything else, Dan?
I think we're good.
Glad to have you
Glad
back.
to have you back.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Okay, we're gonna get back on schedule. Charles, you want to?
Thank you, Mayor. The next item is consideration of an engineering contract for our community development block grant and ARPA funded water main project on Main Street. This is part of the grant application you approved, and we've decided to design all these projects, so we're moving forward, even though the grant hasn't been announced yet. We need to design the project anyway. And the good news is we had set aside $250,000 of ARPA funds, and it only came to $111,800. So that's more money to move on to the next water main project design. So the agreement's in your packet, it's a standard agreement, and we recommend approval.
I make a motion to approve, the engineering service agreement with, how do you say that?
Midtown.
Midtown?
Midtown.
And then I go to Midtown.
Okay, we have a motion of acceptance. Do we have a second? And a second. Do we have any discussion? Any questions?
I just have a couple of questions.
Okay.
My questions are for Charles. So Charles, I noticed, on the final page of the agreement, there's a list of items that, the city has to furnish at our cost to the engineer. Appraisals, legal surveys, easements, any zoning changes, blah, 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 attorney fees. Landscape plans, for example, wetland survey. if there are any costs like that, can we also charge those to the ARPA fund?
Yes, as part of the project.
Okay, and then also, when the fire station design was put before us, at the last meeting or a couple of meetings ago, I noticed that the design had them taking out an 84-inch round, that's 7 feet around heritage oak tree, for the driveway, and the driveway only infringed on it like by 3 feet. That was a little distressing. So my question about this is, it mentions tree permits. Is this likely to involve taking out trees, putting in a water main project?
I don't think so. It's gonna be on I believe it's on the west side of the street, and I haven't observed any trees
Of North Main Street?
on North Main Street.
There's
On the
trees.
east side, I'm sorry, the east side,
Oh,
on this
okay.
side
This way.
of Main Street. Yeah, I think we're clear all the way down.
Okay, you look, well, actually, I think there's one in front of the Newman Lodge.
But I think it's set back out of the way.
That one should be, it should be set back far enough.
Right, okay, so we don't have too many concerns about that.
Yeah.
And is there any kind of mitigation they can do? Can they go under or around?
We'll find out as they design the project.
Okay,
About that way.
all right, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion of acceptance and we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So moved.
The next item is authorization to submit a wastewater plant project proposal. Actually, Mid-Hour reached out to me and said there is a grant program available. Would you like us to make application? Given our designations, we'd likely to get 100% grant. So I told them absolutely. The grant deadline is August 15th, so they're working on that now, but I need to get your approval to make application this evening.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
I just have one quick question. It just says septic to sewer conversion project. So basically, they're just going to choose from our existing list, whatever they think would be the most appropriate.
I think so. Most of it's going to be modernization of our wastewater plant, and then they're going to try to include some of that septic to sewer project.
Right, and which they've already identified
Yes,
places that need septic to sewer.
yes,
So they would just take whatever they thought was most appropriate.
yes. It's primarily Grand Rondo, and there are a few other areas of the city.
Right, but we have a list.
Yes,
Okay.
And this is 100% grant.
Right.
yes. If it's anything less than that, we'll come back to you for discussion.
Okay, that's all I have for questions.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. So moved.
Mayor, the next item is authorization to purchase 2 pickup trucks with Better Place funds. We brought this up, I think, a month or so ago. We have one truck that's just constantly breaking now. It's our meter reader truck. We've been letting him use the code enforcement truck, and we're playing musical trucks. So I've highlighted 2 of our trucks. You can see most of our trucks are pretty old, with well over 100,000 miles. So we took the 2 worst trucks and want to replace them with new trucks.
I see him one was terrible now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's not,
Actually, the 2005 Silverado is in better shape than the 2000 Silverado.
Huh?
is that why you?
It's more miles, yes.
Because I circled that.
Yeah.
I didn't know they could go that long. That's a good truck.
Okay, so you need an approval for us to,
Yes, I need authorization to purchase those trucks.
So moved.
Second.
okay, we have a motion and a second of approval. Do we have any further discussion? Do you feel that 50,000 is going to be enough to cover both replacements?
We do buy them on state contract, so Keith told me you'd be able to get them both for less than 50,000, so I said not to exceed 50,000.
No bells and whistles.
Just plain work trucks, yeah, vinyl.
No bells and whistles. Okay. Any other discussion?
It is gonna have air conditioning.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so
Mayor, the next item is a request from the Crescent City Downtown Partnership to paint murals on the concrete slabs under the Central Avenue benches. This project came up when they were looking at how to add public art downtown, and the traditional avenues are wall murals, statue sculpture, and so forth, which are very expensive. And this idea came up from one of the volunteers to paint the space under the bench, which is really underutilized space, and could be some clever pictures you can imagine on the bench. So, and I realized in my cover letter, I forgot to fill in, there's actually 8 benches on Central Avenue. So we'll be doing a call for artists and reviewing those proposals, so they're appropriate.
What is the size of the concrete?
That I don't know. I'd have to.
I don't know anything.
I don't know, Christine, do you or Mary know the size of the concrete slab?
4 by 2.5.
How do you know that?
It's because there's one out front and I looked at it today.
All right.
And the
Okay.
president of the board is here if you have questions.
Okay.
So commissioners, do we have any questions?
Is there any suggestion as to what to put under them, local or whatever?
Well, we, and they, perhaps Mary can speak to this as well.
Mary, do you?
Typically murals are limited to nature and history, but that very limiting, I feel.
I'm Mary Robbins, 508 North Lake Street,
Mary,
And I'm
I'm sorry, my microphone's in.
president of the Downtown Partnership. Our idea is just to add some pops of color underneath these benches. We have the thought of kind of keeping it within sort of the Crescent Lake and the city of Crescent City theme. We've recently been rebranded. We have the Crescent City Life Between the Lakes, and we thought we'd put the call out to artists and have them do a rendering of their rendition of life between the lakes in these paintings. So it could be life, it could be people, it could be animals, it could be nature, it could be whatever they think is a rendering of life between the lakes. All artists have different renderings. We hope to get the selections back, and then we can share them with the commissioners and make the selections. There's 8 benches. We anticipate getting probably 15 to 20 different renderings back.
Well, when is the deadline for that?
I think we put in there,
Be completed by January, but they want to get begin in November.
The October,
Yeah.
middle of October, I think was
October.
submission.
Yeah, early November is what you say here.
We first have to do the call to artists.
Yeah.
They would need to submit by mid-October, then it would take a couple weeks to judge it, make a selection, and probably get started early.
Early, okay. That makes sense.
And then we want them to finish
What do you
by
turn them
January.
into?
We turn them into the partnership, wherever they turn in the forms, they'll mail them to the.
Yes, and to Christina, yeah.
Bring them to the office.
And I guess they're allowed to do, they can also be a little whimsical, colorful, whimsical.
Yeah, it's their vision of what life between the lakes means.
I think this is a really opportunity to bring
It's a
some-
cute idea.
to bring some color to the
Yeah.
downtown. So yes, Commissioner DeVito.
sure, so the memo says that the downtown partnership will be providing paint and materials, correct?
Yes.
So there's no cost. I just was wondering, it says that it's gonna begin in November and will be completed by the beginning of January. So, is there gonna be like a rolling, a rolling painting of the different slabs so that they won't all be out of commission at
So
the same time?
we're giving them a period of time because we realize the holidays fall in there. So we're giving them a pretty generous period of time. We hope to roll this out for Valentine's Day, and have some sort of reveal around Valentine's Day, a stroll down Central Avenue to see these pieces of artwork. And that's our vision there.
Are you removing the bench so the artists can get to, no?
No, we don't think we need to do that.
Fine.
That's why there's the bench coming out. But, no, okay, so they're gonna be
Very, that will be very challenging. You're also reaching out to Aaron at the high school, correct, for the art students?
Sure.
So the art students have a chance to participate.
Exactly. Right.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Okay, we have a motion, can I get a motion?
I so moved that we set the downtown partnership to paint murals on concrete slab under the central afternoon benches.
We have a motion, right?
second.
Oh, which one? Okay.
Maybe it was Harry, I suppose.
Choose one.
Okay. So Commissioner Banks, we have a second. So if there's not any more discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So moved, approved. Thank you very much. Thank you for all you're doing, Mary. You really have taken on, this and done a great job with it. We appreciate it. Okay, with that, let's move on to the, Waste Pro contract.
Thank you, Mayor. This item, back in May, I advised you that we needed to notify Waste Pro whether or not we intended to renew our contract. Authorized me to do so, we did, so now we have a proposal from Waste Pro with a variety of options, 4 options set out for you. One thing we did anticipate with the cost of everything going up was a rate increase. However, there are options here to mitigate that somewhat, reducing our pickups to 1 pickup a week. And then we asked them to show us the cost for incorporating toters or the rolling cans into our pickup for more aesthetically pleasing look on trash day and try to clean up the streets in the community. So the folks are here from Waste Pro to answer your questions. They have
We
the
have Dana and Daniel, y'all want to come? Come on, please.
Good evening. My name is Dana Miller. I'm here representing Waste Pro from Putnam County. And I'm accompanied by, most all of you know, Daniel Carr from Putnam. And you have the proposal before you, I believe. And like City Manager said, we're here to answer any questions. Yes, he referenced the increases, and we do recognize that there are increases, but we also worked very carefully with the mayor and city manager to come up with options to like city manager said, to mitigate those. I don't think it's a news blast to say that costs of doing business have gone up over the last couple of years, and whatever you want to blame it on, but it is a fact, and it's within our industry. It's not just Waste Pro, it's certainly within our industry and the trucking industry. I'm sure as a city, y'all have seen increases just with some of your with fuel, with maintenance of trucks, for example. Not just vehicle insurance, but health insurance is going up. And I saw you're working on the budgets. I'm sure you've already encountered that as far as that goes. And within the industry, we've also had to increase salaries of our drivers and our helpers, and offer different incentives like signing bonuses to attract not just employees, but good quality employees, because we're competing with many other industries out there right now. And for many years, we avoided having to come to Crescent City with an increase. And we're proud to say that we did. We recognize the value of the dollar to a smaller town like Crescent City, and we were able to keep the cost down as much as we could. And as I had told the city manager and the mayor, unfortunately, we have to come to you all with this, and that's why we worked very carefully on the different options you see to try to keep the costs down closer to what you're currently paying now with the one-time relief options. As far as the toters go, or carts, or they get called different names, we found in our experience, and maybe y'all have seen other towns that have that option, We found that it provides, the residents having those provides a lot of uniformity and cleanliness, and a great visual and optics for the town. They're also, because they have a lid and they have wheels and they're very sturdy, keeps animals out. Because a lot of times you'll see garbage cans that don't, if personal garbage cans, people put out their own lids, the animals can get in them, knock them over. These are much sturdier, very easy to maneuver for residents. I was telling the mayor and Commissioner West before the meeting started, my mom is 5 foot tall. She's a little Italian woman and she's about this big around. And she lives in the Ocala, Marion County area, and she has one of these 96-gallon carts. And she jokes about how if she fell in, nobody would be able to find her, but she does admit that she can pull that to the curb very easily with no issues, that it is very easy for her to maneuver. They're very durable also. So, and again, if you have any questions of Daniel or myself, that's what we're here.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners?
I like options 1 and 2, if that's not a burden on our city citizens. I like the idea of having 2 times a week pickup. I cook at home a lot. I know if you're by yourself, maybe once a week is good, but, and I love our garbage men. I don't know their names, I should not, but I leave them cooks every day. They'll know who it is.
We certainly.
And they do an excellent job, and they work so hard, because there doesn't seem any rest, it's move, you know, so, no complaints.
Thank you. It is a job that sometimes is unthankful, especially here in Florida. They have to be out there, even if it's 110 degrees, and they have to be out there in the rain, and they have to be out there, if there's dogs chasing them or, anything like that. It's not a sexy job, and it's definitely not a job that the younger generation is attracted to.
Right, we've had our driver for quite a while, so I commend him from just staying there.
Thank you.
I will, just for the commission, just for your information, if you look at this, so if you go with option 1, which is 2 pickups, this is just for the audience, 2 pickups per week, and 1 pickup of yard waste, that's without the container, it's $4.89 a month increase at $58.68 a year increase. If you go with number 2, which is 2 pickups per week, solid waste, 1 pickup per week, yard waste, plus 1 96-gallon cart, which is 3 times the large as your typical cart, it is going to be $6.97 a month, $83.64 annually. It's an increase, a difference of $24.96 a year between those 2. If you go with number 3, which is 1 pickup per week of solid waste, 1 pickup per week yard waste, no container, it's negative 46 cents a month, and it is negative $5.52 a year, but given that you are also giving up that second pickup. Number 4 is the 1 pickup per week of solid waste and 1 pickup per week of yard waste, plus 1 96-gallon cart. It's $1.61 a month increase, $19.32 annually increase. And so if you take that 1 pickup between number 4 and you go to number 2, so you have the cart, but you've reduced it to once a week, it's a savings of $64.32. So just so you have some of those figures, just to kind of know what the actual increase is going to be for our residents. That's all. So we have any other comments? We've got several.
Well, I want to hear.
Or let's, I have a question. Okay, let them finish. Please. Okay, can we, after our comments, we'll get to the public, okay? Commissioner DeVito?
Sure, and I definitely want to hear from the public, but I wanted to also ask some questions. So I have, had tutor when we resided in Tampa, and somehow I don't share the view that they're very easy to do. One of my, flashback 5 years ago, this contract was up for renewal, and I was here as a member of the public. And at that time, the toters are not that easy. I've had to clean them after your trash is picked up. If someone throws something in your trash can, like ice cream or soda or whatever, if you don't want ants in there, or, I mean, people can throw anything they want in your trash can when they're going down the street. And as someone who's 5'1", I find those things very difficult to maneuver, to wash out with a hose after they're picked up. The lid is open, they can get filled with rain. They're really not that easy, and we have people here, Crescent City is on a ridge. A lot of people have very slanted driveways. I just passed by yesterday, we have some people with very long driveways. Like, there's a gentleman who brings his trash up now, his driveway is between 300 and 400 feet long. But there's no way he could put a 4-foot toter in the back of his truck. He's an older person. So, just the manageability for an older population, but specific questions I have, and this one for Charles and Waste Pro. So is this the final day that we have to make a decision because of the expiration of the contract?
This month, right, into September.
September 3rd.
So we have till the end of September, so we have, including our special meetings, we have 3 more meetings.
Right, because one thing that I think, personally, I would like to know what the general public thinks about this in terms of manageability and cost, because those are 2 issues. But as well, I put in some questions, and I think there was a member of the public. One question I have is, are we going to be able to have the same types of items picked up? And we got 2 different answers on that. One answer said yes, but the other answer said everything would have to go in a toter.
Well, are you asking about bulk items like furniture, or what specifically?
Anything that doesn't fit in a toter. For example, I put out 2 mops the other day. The handles would be higher than 4 feet. Definitely bulk items. People have a lot of bulk items. I took a couple of pictures in the last few days of what typically is put out on the street here. There's quite a bit of furniture. So currently, whatever we put near our trash can gets picked up pretty much. If it's furniture or mattress,
This doesn't change your bulk item pickup.
okay.
So if you have 2 mops and you put them in the garbage, the toter will take, they need to be inside the toter. Now, if the city wants us to pick up the toter and garbage bags outside the toter, then that's something that we need to discuss with the city manager. But based on our conversations up to date, we base this on everything household garbage being inside a toter. That does not mean bulk. Bulk, however we're picking up bulk now, that'll stay the same.
Okay, so whatever people put out, if it's not in the toter, that will be.
Bulk. If you have a kitchen garbage bag next to your toter, that's not bulk.
I get that.
Okay.
I get that part. And then people will not have to call ahead.
They don't have to call it in now.
Right, I know, but I looked at other contracts and I've had.
Oh, yes, some contract, you're right, other cities that the cities requested it to be that way.
Right, but once they go to the toter, then you have to make a special arrangement for the bulk.
The only thing we're asking is the garbage gets put in the toter.
Got it, okay.
If the city goes to a toter, then the garbage goes into the toter.
Okay.
If the homeowner needs more than 1 toter, they'll have to contract to get a second.
Right, so.
Which is an option, they can get one for additional cost to their monthly bill. If they felt like they need a second toter, which doesn't happen too often.
I'm sorry, audience, I'm gonna ask y'all to please, keep it down while we're having the discussion. We are gonna allow public input.
Okay, and is this going to be essentially the same contract and just the option would change? I mean, we had, we've had the same contract for 5 years. There's provision in there, for exactly how the trash should be placed. And if you guys don't perform, there's a little rebate provision. I mean, are you planning to give us the same contract? Because what we have is the price list, we don't have the contract.
Right, well, because this is the first step.
Uh-huh.
So once we know which option this commission wants to go with, then we can enter negotiations with the city manager regarding the contract. We don't have anything major to change in the contract. I mean, that would, unless the city manager said that y'all want to change something. So we haven't delved that far into that part of it, but we don't have any intention of making any major changes to the current terms and conditions.
Okay.
Unless y'all have something to come forward.
Yeah.
And I also want to recognize your first statement about the cards being difficult and about cost. And I respect that, and I anticipate that, and that is why we gave 4 options, 2 with cards, 2 without cards, for this commission to decide from, so that we're not deciding for you. So that is certainly, that's the decision that's left up to y'all.
Dana, you
Yes,
mentioned
ma'am.
when we were talking before the meeting that you could bring one of the carts here
Yes,
and set it up, just leave it there.
yes,
And we could come in and take a look at it
yes,
and move it around and whatever.
yes, absolutely. Yeah, we'll be happy to arrange to get a card down here to
All right, let's do that then.
Sure.
Okay.
be happy.
I've lived a couple of different places, one in St. Pete, where we had the great big bins that we offer garbage in community kind of thing.
Oh, yeah.
Go through, the alleys, pick them all up, but that was, that was great. And also in Longwood, where we had the 96 gallon
Oh, yeah.
totes. And by far, out of these options, that's the better option. I mean, right now, we have to buy our own garbage cans. They're expensive. They're really not built very well. Every single garbage can that I bought since I've lived here in Crescent City has holes in the bottom of it. I guess it's good because the rain goes through. But my other question is, with the totes, are you able to go through and lift them up with the machine kind of thing?
Right.
Is that where you're going to?
Yeah, there'll be a tipper on the back of the truck right down on the connectors right
Yeah,
here.
because
So
that
it's
would be, for you, that would
Not
be,
be the ASL on the arm.
Yeah, not the side loader one.
but you're gonna have where you've got the person that loads it and then
Yes.
tips it in and,
Yes.
okay, because right now, I mean, for the most part, you do a good job. I have someone that lives with me who doesn't think you do, but that's okay.
I'm with you. I get your emails all the time.
But I will say this, I have seen a lot of times where you guys have go through and pick the stuff out of the garbage and leave a can in. So I think this is a good option for you as well, is the
Yes.
96.
And it would be easier on them too.
Yes, it
They
would.
didn't have to
Much
pick it
cleaner.
up and
They would just wheel in, put it on the tipper,
and
pull the lever and
and
tip
then-
it in, take it off the tipper and wheel it right back there.
So I would.
But
I just wanted to make that comment.
on the last time, I think we did, oh, sorry. We did put it, they did bring the total up. Put it out there, so some of the, people could take a look at it. And some, they voted it down. And I was worried that one of them voted it down because in certain areas of this town, it's kind of hard because we got a lot of seniors in this town. Now, I like the uniform in myself because I'm still able to drag it out to the road per se. But a lot of people, if they got anything in it, they're not able to, the older citizens. We all hope we get that one day. You're not able to drag it out. So that's why, if you could remember, y'all could remember they kind of denied it the last time. They only kind of that. But personally, I think it's a good deal. I really do. Yeah, the total, Because if you recently bought a garbage can, like I did,
Yeah, they're expensive.
they cost $90-some and they ain't worth 2 cents.
Yeah, they're expensive.
They really ain't worth that.
Well, the thing about October too, the lid breaks off, we're gonna have stock down here. Keith, there's somebody, I talked to the mayor and the city manager about, y'all are right here, I'm an hour north. If I leave some stock with Keith, if somebody has a broken can, he can swap it out, and then, every so often we come down here with a trailer load of stuff, and we can repair what we can repair, we replenish the stock.
And we can use it for special events.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Can roll some behind, over here behind his partner, and we have a get together instead of the big 55-gallon barrels.
But the other point in the commission, Mr. Newfield brought it out kind of real good. I think y'all explained it that when you're dumping, you're gonna dump everything out of it.
Yeah.
Cause see, a lot of people don't even put garbage bags in.
Yeah.
They just throw it over in the garbage.
It is cleaner if you use bags.
Right.
I can tell that to a lot of people, though.
Correct, but a lot of people don't seem to understand that. And we have to look out for them too on the other end. But I would like to see the 2 times.
I agree,
Yeah, I really would like to see it 2 times.
and I wouldn't mind the total, but I want to see it.
I know.
Of course, we'll make sure we get one.
Not to the commissioners. I want to bring this out, city manager, somehow we didn't pass this on, the reason we let it stay here, we didn't pass the increases or anything on, because the city was doing something of it.
No, I just don't think we.
They didn't bring, I don't think they brought increases last time. She said that it's been quite a while since they brought increases to the city.
But I can speak to that, because I remember specifically. 5 years ago, Patrick Kennedy, who was then the city manager, said the deal was this. When it came time to review the contract, Waste Pro offered us if we would not bid it out, then they would not do an increase. So you guys, I wasn't on the commission then, the commission agreed to not bid it out because Waste Pro guaranteed to keep the price the same
For that year.
Well, yeah.
for the 5-year
I
contract.
know that. For that year. Contract dictates, we can ask for a CPI, we just have not.
Right.
Well, that's not what I understood Mr. Kennedy to say, but regardless, there was an offer and it was decided not to bid it out.
Well, I don't know that it was, I was here for that, and I don't know that that was exactly how it was expressed to Mr. Kennedy, and I don't want to speak for Mr. Kennedy since he's not here, so.
I think we should just move forward.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, let's finish this up. I think the other thing too is to bid this out, because we talked about that, is they're the ones that have the contract, for the disposal. And if we were to try to bid it out, it would probably be cost prohibitive because they would have to haul. Is that correct? Can you speak to that?
Well, there's a couple of things with that. I mean, if you look around the state currently now and start looking at some of the solid waste contracts that have gone out for bid, you're gonna see very significant increases, much more than what you're seeing now with this renewal proposal. 5 years ago, our renewal proposal was to not have any increases, just with the opportunity to ask for CPI increases, which we have not. But if this contract or any contract right now under these economic conditions goes out for bid, you would be seeing probably upwards of $30 a house at least right now. Because, and to speak to what the mayor's talking about, Daniel, help me out with this, if another company comes in, they would have to haul it to Volusia County.
Or make a deal with Putnam County.
Right.
But there's nobody in Putnam County, you'd have to have a hauler come outside.
Right, we're the only local hauler here in Putnam County.
But that's a moot point, because we said in May that we were doing a renewal.
Right, but I was addressing what the mayor asked about.
Yes. That's one clarification, that's all, that's all. And I've always lived in a community, except for this community, that have a toter. And I've always found them to be easy. I'm not even 5 foot, and I look at with mine, you know, but, well, I keep it up there. So I try to look 5 foot. And I've never had an issue and always found it. Pearson has it. They went to it quite a few years ago. And when you drive through the town of Pearson, it's nice to see everything uniform. Palaca has it. They also are on the toter system. I believe Hastings, or St. Augustine, as you go in through there, they have it. They're on the toter system. And just as you drive through, it's just a nice, clean effect that they have. And then if your top gets left out in the road because you're late picking it up and somebody drives over it, it's taken care of. You know, I mean, there's that insurance that you have with it. So with that, do we have any other questions for the commissioners before I open it up for public comment? Thank you both very much. Stay tuned.
We'll be here.
Okay, stay tuned. Okay. This time I'm going to open up for public comment. Please come forward. Please announce your name and your address. Karen, you've got the.
Inside 304 Chestnut. This is my opinion. I have a toter, and it's sitting in my yard because I can't pull it out to the street because I don't have a paved driveway. And between the moles and the rain with my yard soft like it is, I couldn't wheel the empty toter, much less the toter with something in it. My garbage can, I have a hard enough time grabbing it and dragging it out to the road, but I don't have to worry about the wheels getting mired down in the mud. And, like I said, I have a toter and I can't use it because I can't get it out to the road.
Do you have the commercial toter that they provide? Is that what you have, or do you have like one of the ones you buy?
Toter that I bought from, I don't know, Home Depot or Lowe's. It has wheels on it, this big around, and I cannot use it.
Okay. Thank you.
Scott King, 721 Avenue. So we are talking residential, this has got nothing to do with the commercial contracts that we independently go and get ourselves, correct? Okay. And just to ask, so picking up a toter costs you less than picking up my individual cans because of the labor and whatnot you mentioned earlier, is that correct?
No.
Doesn't cost you any less?
It costs me more.
So it doesn't matter to you which way we go? It costs you more to pick up a toter than it does
I
to
have
pick
to
up
help
two
you
cans?
pick up with the equipment.
Okay, yeah.
Pick them up.
Okay.
And we have to provide.
Alrighty, so, the thing I think to realize here is a little misleading, and yes, this is just a letter that has the prices, it doesn't have the way it works. This says plus one 96-gallon cart, and that is not true, correct? It's not plus a cart, you get the cart instead of. So you don't get 2 times a week solid waste and yard waste plus a cart. No, you get a cart picked up twice a week, that's correct?
Well, I apologize for wording it that.
No, that's okay, I just want to make sure I'm correct. So I've had, I have a property in Volusia County with a cart, and I have a property in Pomona Park with a cart. It will definitely be picked up by the machine, right, not by hand?
Well, as I described it,
Dan, would you come
I
forward,
am.
please, so that we can be speaking into the.
Can you play my time, please? Yeah, I watch CNN.
As I described it, the helper on the back of the truck will grab the cart, wheel it over to the truck, put it onto the tipper at the back of the truck, pull the lever, it'll tip the cart in, then he'll remove it from the tipper and we'll roll it back.
No, that's not my question. My question is, that's definitely gonna happen.
Right. That's
Okay,
it. Yeah, yeah.
because right now,
It's safer for my employees.
I understand, but the piece of equipment will be on the truck. You won't drive a truck in this town without that piece of equipment.
Without the tipper.
Okay, because right now, when you have a toter, it's left, you only pull out the bag.
Because we can't hook those type of.
That's what I'm asking, so make sure that, okay, fantastic, thank you.
Well, I can clarify, that's because the Putnam County contract requires you to use bags. They do not cover tippers, it's cans only. Anything larger than 32 gallons must be bagged. We don't physically pick anything up bigger than a 32-gallon can in the county.
Right, so I just want to make sure that we're definitely going to do that, because otherwise the can's left half full of trash, so I want to make sure that.
Well, that
So-
goes back to what Perry was saying, people use bags.
If we fill the can the way that you require us to, that is correct, yes. But the point is that, because if you come to town without that picker-upper on your machine, then my can's gonna be left half full of trash.
Right, it wouldn't.
So I just wanna make sure that's true. The other issue I want to, Commissioner Banks pointed out, we've said no to this once before. The thing to realize that kind of sneaks through here on you is that come Christmas, come Thanksgiving, and those of you families that have children in the house still, you have more trash than that toter will hold, you are out of luck, because we're only picking up one toter. If you put a can or a bag beside it, it's not going to be picked up. Can I continue? I had a lot of time that I was allowed to share what they were sharing. Is that okay?
I said it for one more minute.
Yeah, thank you. So, so realize what that means is if you produce more trash that time than will fit in your toter, you have to hold your trash somewhere and wait and hope that you have a week that you don't have that much trash. If we go down to once a week and a toter, I'm telling you right now, that is difficult, especially if you have a family, because you miss that 1 week, and come on, we all miss trash day from time to time. You're never gonna catch up. So I really ask that we lose this toter idea. I've heard uniformity thrown a few times out there. I'm not a uniformity kind of guy. I don't think all of us having a brown toter with Waste Pro or Crescent City or Putnam County splattered on the side is really important enough to make it so that, you know what this does? This makes trash a problem. It makes taking your trash out a problem. Right now, you throw it in your can, 2 cans, 3 cans, 4 cans, we're gonna pick it up. You got a couple of bags that didn't fit in your can, you put it beside, they're gonna pick it up. But by going to a toter, you're reducing yourself to only 96 gallons of trash per pickup. And lots of families produce more than that. So I ask that we don't do the toter, and I ask that we stay on twice a week. Once a week's going to, it's gonna cause things to start looking dirty and ugly. Oddly enough, we don't have that many dogs getting in trash anymore, it seems. I don't know if the cats ran off the dogs or what, but it doesn't seem to be a huge issue. We don't have trash. I'm sorry?
We're eating their leftovers.
Are we doing leftovers?
You know, groceries are expensive.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
What's the possibility of 2 toters? Do you have to buy that extra one?
Correct, it would be,
How much do they cost?
well, you know, you.
Then would you come forward, please?
I'm sorry.
We can also add to our contract that they pick up something sitting beside the toter.
It wouldn't, you wouldn't be purchasing the cart, it'd be an additional monthly fee.
I have a neighbor that has 5 trash cans every time. And I'm concerned that one won't do them.
Well, this would be directed from y'all. I mean, you have the 4 options in front of you, and so if you wanted again, the point of tonight is to give city staff direction as to where you want to go. The contract, the actual contract that gets negotiated has to come before y'all to be approved. So if you wanted to add in there the ability for someone to have additional carts, we can put that in there. It would be monthly fees for each additional cart. Basically, we can almost do whatever we're directed to and put a cost to it, and that contract would come back before y'all. So really,
How much per cart?
it'd be the same monthly thing on the letter.
So, double.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Yep,
And now when you say it was double, you mean the cost of the pickup, so it would be 1914. I'm sorry, 2122 times two, if they had two.
Right.
Okay.
What? It would be
$42 a month.
for two toters.
Two totals.
Okay. Could I make another comment after listening to this? Okay, I asked a lot of questions, and I have to say, I thought Scott King put it really well. This makes trash a problem. And from my observation, having been here for years, although the city manager and some other commissioners would like us to be neat and uniform, pickup in Crescent City, the trash is not neat or uniform. We have a lot of people moving in and out. If you go around town and become familiar with what people's trash looks like, it's not going to look particularly neater just because they have a toter. As well, Commissioner Banks mentioned our elderly population. A lot of them like to just pick up their little bag for reasons that Ms. Sykes said. And I'm 65 now. I've had a shoulder problem for many years. And I think I got it partly trying to clean out a toter 20 years ago. I just somehow think that we are buying a lot of trouble for ourselves trying to go through the system. And I know that toters aren't perfect because lids get left open. I see this on a dumpster and back at the government complex. I think it's a, people leave dumpster lids open. People also leave toter lids open. So I'm really not convinced that this fits our community. And I do have one question. So the contract will have to come back to us. But so I'm wondering why the timing of this, since this isn't, the contract expires on September 3rd, correct?
30.
Oh, September 30th.
Yes, we have the whole month. That's why we said
Okay,
we come
I'm
back to
sorry.
the next
I'm
meeting.
glad I asked, because I thought you said September 3rd. Okay, so we have another regular meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
And Commissioner DeVito, option number 1 is the exact service that you have now, correct? I just want to make sure that that's clear to everyone.
Absolutely.
Okay, I read that.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and finish opening up to public comment so we can get through this, so we can fit this in. Do we have any other, yes, ma'am, you would like to come forward, please state your name and your address.
My name is Dawn Middleton, 1 South Main. I think what Scott said is true. Every week I have 4 street guides that I set out by my barrels. We take them and, we run an Airbnb and beauty salon and it all goes back there and it's just too much. I think it would look pretty, but there's too many old people. A lot of old people in this town. It's just like Diane Sparks, I don't know if any of you know her. She struggles to get her trash out. I have to get her to help her. She would absolutely fall in the trash can. She's so short.
Thank you.
Diane 255 South Prospect. I'm gonna speak for the senior citizens. We must have more than half of this town, the senior citizens. Too bad they didn't bring the garbage can. I can't believe that you're negotiating a contract, and while we're talking about it, is this stupid garbage can. We all have our garbage can. I don't hear very well. But if it's 96 gallons and it's yay high, I have 429 feet to pull that garbage can. Or it will not fit in the back of my car. I don't know, it'll fit in the thing on front of the tractor. And if there's only 2 people in the house, how much garbage are you gonna put in a 96 gallon can? That's number 1. Number 2, did I hear right? They will not pick it up unless it's in that garbage can? Is that correct? Okay, so how about a nice brown black bag? Because there's only 1 person in the house. You expect that 1 person to drop that thing in that big garbage can and drag it to the curb. I think it's insane. I don't know where the whole thing is coming from. I understand, we'll take away a week of garbage and we'll give you a garbage can. But I don't think we want that garbage can. I think you better think twice, please, for the senior citizens. We can't lift it, we can't move it.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other speakers?
Rachel Kavanaugh, 505 Maple Avenue. I'm 38 and I also don't want to lift it. Just, I mean, I don't think it's just elderly. I would have trouble getting it from my backyard to my front yard. It's not going through paved anything, it's going through my yard. And I really don't think that the toter would be something I could drag all that way. Just saying it's not just the elderly that would have a problem.
Come on. Okay. Do we have any other speakers? Anybody else wants to speak at this time before I close public comment? Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Okay, commissioners. We've got to, Charles has asked for some direction. So, if anybody wants to make a motion?
I make a motion that we let it stay like it is.
Okay, so that would be what, in the new contract, it would be option 1, which is 2 pickups per week of solid waste, 1 pickup per week of yard waste. And that would be an increase of, that would be $19.14 per month, an increase of $4.89 a month, $58.68 a year. Okay. So we have a motion, we have a second. Do we have any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay?
Nay.
Okay. So moved. Charles, you can go forward, and thank you, Dana and Daniel, for giving us this option. Thank you for the time that you put into this, and we appreciate your service always. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the commission and the public.
Mayor, the next item is a look at the fee schedule for the city. Some discussions came up in recent months about increasing our administrative fee for water, new gas service installation fee, and our deposits. So I put together a list of all the planning and zoning fees. And I asked for staff if there were other fees that need to be increased, which they did not indicate there were. Our planning and zoning fees, when we first hired our firm, let us know that we were much lower than comparable cities in the area. Sometimes we don't charge anything, for instance, for a comprehensive plan amendment, we're pretty typical to pay. Now, in the past, we had in-house, our city manager was also the planner. Now we actually contract those services out and pay someone to provide those services. So it makes sense for us to have a fee for those services. Also, I realized I neglected to put on this form the recommendation for increasing our water deposits. Currently, it's $75 for residential and $100 for commercial. And the recommendation is $150 for residential. And then a 3-month estimate of the billing for commercial is what was recommended by our, Jody actually had an idea. Other communities just say a 3-month average of the address for
Do
commercial.
an average or an estimate?
A 3-month estimate, what they were paying in 3 months, and that's the deposit.
Okay.
What did you say the fee is now?
Residential is currently $75,
Okay, thank you.
and we're having a problem with people just walking away, leaving their deposit, and not paying.
Right.
And commercial is $100. So we're recommending $150 for new residential and a 3-month estimate for commercial.
Mayor, I have a question or comment or whatever you want to call it. I talked to our city manager about this today. If you look on the first sheet, and you go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 6th item down on the first sheet where it says comp plan amendment or amendment to the city future land use map. Currently, there's no fee. And then the proposal is to change it to $1,000 for a small scale amendment, $3,000 for large scale. I don't really have a problem with large scale because the city manager says that's 50 acres and over, right? Okay. But on the small scale, I mean, essentially, we have quite a few properties here that are just a single lot residential, or maybe even it could be a small business, where there's a discrepancy in the zoning and the use. And, you know, it's just a small residential lot. And I talked to the city manager, just $1,000 to, have to do, you know, when you change the zoning, you have to change the future land use map. So if somebody says, well, I can't get a mortgage because my property is strangely enough is zoned office or commercial and it's really, you know, blah, blah. So they have to get a zoning change and I sure would hate to charge them $1,000. So somehow, I think we need to have an exception or an exemption to fit those operations that aren't, they're not, commercial, they're not gonna make anybody any money, so to speak.
The few we've had just in the last year where property was gonna be purchased and they wanted to switch it from commercial to residential. So they already had a survey, which is one of the things we require, so they didn't have to pay $2,000 for a survey, or whatever the cost was at the time. But it is to purchase, so it's, I agree, it does seem onerous if someone were just own the property and wanted to switch it. I think the idea behind typically is you're not sort of randomly, it costs you something if you want to change your zoning. So you need to be sure it's a good purpose and so there's a price to it. But one of the things we could look at is if it could be based on the number of acres, you know, $100 per acre or some sliding scale. I haven't got an answer back from Mark, our planner, if that's ever seen that anywhere, where it's just a little house and you want to change the commercial zoning to establish a business there.
You
would it
put like
cost you
up to 1 acre, you could start it with there, up to 1 acre would be $100, and then go from there.
Something like that, where the bigger the parcel, the more it would cost you to change the zoning. Depends on whether you want to discourage changing the zoning all around the city.
I don't think, you know, I kind of agree. I think you do want to discourage changing the zoning around the city. I don't think, I've seen some of the houses that have gone from commercial to residential, and I never really understood why they were commercial to begin with. Just where they were located and things like that. But, not to have any fee and have somebody doing the work to make that change is not fair to the city either. There's work involved doing the change, okay, so, you know, a fee should be, there should be a cost to do that.
But some of the error has been the cities in the past. There are properties that maybe they're not occupied now, but in the last 3 years, there have been some properties that were improperly zoned. They weren't zoned according to their historical use. And that was some kind of city oversight. So I know there's work involved, but I would just, you know, we also want to encourage people to buy and use houses. And, you know, just, that seems a little prohibitive. So I'm saying this obviously has to come back as an ordinance. That's one that needs to be looked at and, I don't know, we've never charged for fence permits, have we? And now we're putting a charge in there.
$10, so more of an administrative fee, the $10. I don't have a problem with that. $1,000 I do have, I do feel that for a small scale, that we could probably work on that.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
We'll come back with some options.
So can I make a motion then to go ahead and go ahead and do the schedule of fees except for the comprehensive plan amendment? And we can take that piece out until we decide.
Well, you have to decide on an ordinance form, so I'll bring you an ordinance next month.
Okay.
If tonight we were talking about the fees and make these kinds of adjustments, do you want me to come back with a better fee for that one?
Yeah.
Just any other direction tonight? If you like the deposit increases, And then we'll put it in the form of an ordinance, and you can make that motion. No, we didn't advertise it as an ordinance.
But I think it's very important that we make it deposit. It increases because you lose it.
And then the only concern I have about the water deposit is, we have a lot of apartments. People come here because we have some subsidized low income apartments. I don't know if we want to have a hardship provision or let people pay their deposit incrementally. That one, I was the one that talked about it, but I do have some heartburn, if it's going to keep people from getting into, an apartment or a house or whatever.
I don't know whether we did a study on the projects or the other places, how we did a study to see whether that meant we were losing quite a bit of money at. I think you need to talk to Jasmine and let her kind of backstep a little bit and see if that way we losing some of our money
For the deposits.
on the write-off. Yes.
The write-offs.
In the project.
I spoke with her a little bit today about that, because when the bill becomes past due, then we send them a notice, and then they have 10 days to pay, and then we put it in the cutoffs, and next thing you know, they're in the third month already of usage.
That's what I'm talking about, right there. We done did a study on that gap, and that's the only way you can do it. By giving that extra time. You read it, build it, and then by the time the next bill come out, and you just going out if you don't pay nothing.
Wow.
You got a deposit, so all day you will have something to do right now.
So the hope is we increase the deposit, we
Yeah.
hope to have that.
Capture some of that.
Yes.
Commissioner Burton made a motion, right? Yes. So, I'll second it to bring this back.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Is that your motion? Bring this
Yeah, I mean, they did ask a question in the middle of my motion. But yeah.
Do we have any further discussion? I'm gonna open it up to public input. Absolutely.
We think we need it, just table this particular one.
So that's what I kind of asked them.
The water deposit or the comprehensive plan? She wanted to put aside the comprehensive plan fee.
But and there's some other things in there that need.
I can bring you more information on the deposits, to make your decision next month. We'll put it in ordinance, and you can change it on first reading. Crossroads update change.
We can always delete something from an order.
We can
Yeah.
delete it. On our first reading, we can make all the changes we want to. The second reading, we can.
Okay, that's all.
So, at least this will start moving us forward, otherwise it'll set us back in the month.
And we have noted, we changed all of our advertising fee to the actual cost. To us.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna open it up to public comment. If you can state your name and your address, please.
DJ Lori, 505 Emery Avenue. We were talking about the comprehensive plan, the small scale amendment, as well as changing zoning, because you also have a zoning fee on here too. So like, about 6 months ago, Charlotte Crescent was selling the house behind her that used to be her office. So that's $1,000 plus a $700 land use and rezoning fee, correct? So it's $1,700 if you want, just to sell a house. If you're gonna have to change the land use and the zoning. Is that correct, Charles?
Yeah.
So you have to change both, you have to change the zoning and the future land use.
Well, not if it's compatible with future land use.
Okay, but if it's, okay, so you wouldn't have to do comprehensive plan. Okay, but I'm just saying, that's a lot of money just to sell a house, if it, because that's what it's contingent on. The other thing that I wanted to point out that I thought was, you have the water pickup fee, which is up to $50. Is that in addition to the deposit?
Yes, that's it. I mislabeled it. It's an admin fee. Actually, the commission agreed to increase that last summer, I believe, but no, it fell through the cracks.
So that's the same thing with the gas installation, it's $400 and then the,
Correct, that's our cost.
okay, and then there's a deposit in addition to that?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's calculated based on the number of therms.
I just think that that's a bit high if you're talking about getting new service. I mean, I understand the need for a deposit. I know back 20 years ago way back then, when we, as a commission, upped the water fees, we were very strict about after the due date, you had 10 days and then they cut the water off. And I know I got my gas cut off because I didn't pay the fee, or I didn't pay my bill like the day it was due. So I don't know if that's part of the problem. We need to get a little bit more strict about cutoffs and not maybe letting it go so long. I know I know that was a problem before, was a lot of people were just not paying on time. And we were letting go another month, and then it was 10 days after that, and then, like you said, it gets to be the third month, and they owe a ton of money. But, I mean, I'm in favor of increasing the deposit, but like Commissioner Danilo said, I think maybe there's a hardship or something that we can look into if you have low income. I mean, because that's, if you're moving into a new house with water and gas, you're talking about, $400 plus the deposit and everything else, or.
Well, the 400 is only if you need installation of
Okay,
gas.
so,
That's the actual parts that we put in, which is covering our.
okay, so then that would just be a deposit if you're moving into a place that's already.
Yeah, there's a deposit that's calculated on the history of the usage of
I
it.
just wanted clarification on that. And the yard sale permit, you got to might be a bit much. I know that the reason we do permits is just to make sure that people don't have perpetual yard sales, and I think that seems a bit much. If you want people to actually register with you for the yard sales.
Thank you very much. And as far as the turnoffs, at one point, they were very strict about it. I know that they became, they were a little more lenient during COVID. There was, and so I think you're trying to get back on schedule. We've also had some switching over to Edmonds, correct? Jocelyn shared that with me, that's been an issue too, but they're trying to get
We're
that,
smoothing it all out.
smoothing it all out. So hopefully it will not be as delayed as it was, but during COVID, I do know there was some forgiveness that was given. So. Do you have any other input? And close public comment. Okay, commissioners, do you have any other comments? We have a motion, we have a second. Okay, all in favor of Charles bringing this back in ordinance form, say aye.
Aye.
So moved. You wanna? You need a minute?
This must be the budget,
Okay.
okay, just in case people wonder why we're going to the. Must be my first time.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is an update on our progress refining the budget. Colin, I brought it to you last month. We were showing the need for over $100,000 in reserves. And then we added a bunch of kind of a wish list of things we wanted, such as demolition money for dilapidated housing, contracted grant writer, perhaps participating in the lobbyists, sharing the cost of their cities and so forth. So I put those in, and then we were nearly $200,000 in the reserve, so I took those out, and then in the meantime, let me back up a little bit just for the public. Our budget is composed of 6 funds: the general fund, and then gas, water, and wastewater are enterprise funds, which are separate. And then the Community Redevelopment Agency Fund, the better place is our sales, our penny tax, and the Community Redevelopment Agency Fund is ad valorem that we capture from the city and county that we can only spend within that district. So these are the graphics. We really didn't change much with these changes. This large light blue represents a DOT grant that we've applied for. We don't know if we're going to get, so we're not awarded that grant to pave some of our dirt roads. That would go away. Same thing on our expenditure side. This is Streets Department with that $650,000 grant included in there. And then, so we look at the general fund. We got the rest of our state numbers, which gave us another $9,100 in revenue. So I added the $9,146 to the general fund revenue income. But then I had to start cutting. So I took $46,370 out of finance and admin. We added the money that's added here in utility billing, a little bit of streets and parks is our making sure we have IT money for some of our subscriptions and so forth, our monthly IT bill. So the rest of it, we took money out of planning and zoning, other government general, $10,000 out of the fire control, $12,000 out of code enforcement. That was the demolition money for a total. And then this figure here, the $29,877 in reserves, is the amount of money over $1 million we had at the beginning of the fiscal year in our what we call reserves, or the accounting calls fund balance. We talked several times through the year of just having $1 million cut off, and that's our reserve. We hang on to that, and we spend what's left. So I put that money in, that $29,877 into the budget, into the general fund, to give us a $1 million reserve. Gas utility fund really didn't change. I think based on our conversation, I put a little more money into marketing. And I'm in conversations with Florida Gas Utility to provide us materials to market our gas to get more customers. Water utility fund, we're still waiting on we're doing a water rate study to see what the results of that. This fund is projected to break even. And then our wastewater utility fund is showing money that can go into fund balance. We do have a reserve for water and wastewater. I don't have that figure tonight, but I'll have it for you when we read the budget. It's a reserve fund that we use for repairs and maintenance at the water and wastewater facilities. I think it's a couple $100,000. And then finally, our Better Place plan. This is the revenue. We expect $146,771 in new revenue. We have a fund balance, or I call it carry forward, $695,000 projected in interest. So we'll have a hefty amount in there for capital projects, $842,000.
Does that include the ARPA fund?
It does not. We took the ARPA funds out. They'll go into the water fund.
So that's our actual Better Place plan fund.
That's my understanding, yes. So what I did with that was, since we didn't really refine, I just did broad categories, and this is something, as projects come forward, we'll talk about, we'll do some planning, just infrastructure improvements other than buildings, equipment and machinery, those capital categories. And then last year you wanted a contingency. I think last year it was only about $127,000, so it doesn't have to be this much money. But I think this was the list we talked about last month. You can see that the pole barn construction contract, city hall renovations that we scheduled for this year are really only just beginning with some office renovations. We do need to put in a sewer line on Oakwood between that block that runs parallel to Oakwood. We talked about reconstructing the curve at 308 in Grand Rondo to make that a hard right as a possible project for us. People don't fly off of 308 onto Grand Rondo. And then also potentially that roundabout, we talked about Park and Reed. Currently that intersection is closed, and one way to reopen it to divert traffic would be if you decided to do a roundabout.
You mean Pine?
Pine. Oh, that's it, Pine Park. Yeah, Pine. We do a roundabout there. Some other ideas that come out, walking trail on Harry Banks Park. There's a plan out there currently. I'm looking to get a copy of that. It has a walking trail. Resodding of Eagle Lion Park. Eagle Lion Park doesn't have a sign, monument sign, for the park. That's an opportunity there, a space to put event banners rather than kind of stretching in between poles like we do now. We've talked about adding pickleball court, another court to Eagle Lion Park, restrooms in Colbert Park, trash cans in all the parks, improving the parking at Sunrise Park. It's kind of, other than that center of the circle, it's kind of just willy-nilly on the gravel and grass. And then also at Colbert, Dexter, and Harry Banks Park, those, particularly Dexter Vista, the playground, it's all faded out. It looks pretty old, and all it is. Colbert Park is old metal swings. Chipper for Public Works. We talked about things like a new base and globe for Central Avenue streetlights, streetscape elements for Central Avenue. And then even if we wanted to do sidewalks a little bit every year, slowly reclaiming the damaged walks and maybe adding. But it's up to you. We'll bring those to you in the new fiscal year. We did a workshop line, we really didn't come out with any consensus on projects. The CRA funds, what I did was I tried to refine what we would carry forward, what we would spend this year, and then so what will be leftovers brought forward. So in the CRA, one of the disadvantages for the public is we can't budget. General fund, you budget like there's no money left over. So what we'll discover in November is how much was left over from this year, revenue over expenditures. And that's when the opportunity to fund things comes up that we weren't able to keep in the budget. In the CRA, you have to show the carry forward. You have to designate all the funds. So we have to estimate those carry forward. So we predict 96,000 in new revenue, bringing forward about $75,000 left from this year that we didn't spend, for a new total of 171. So that number will change every time we write a check. So this is a projection. Same thing in the North CRA, possibly $162,000. And in the South, much less, only about $16,000 in the South CRA. So then for expenditures there, and I pointed this out last month, the real emphasis in the Central is repair and maintenance, which is this 45,000 I left in there because we applied for a grant from T-Mobile where we would match 45. So if we don't get that grant, we can reduce that amount. Advertising and marketing, this is the festival line that we've had, fireworks and so forth come out of that line. This is our transfer to the general fund for overhead. So for instance, we don't have a separate finance personnel for CRA. They utilize city hall personnel, so we would transfer funds for that. And then this is the building improvement grants, only about $40,000 for that, based on this projection of 171. And then in the North, again, same thing, some professional services, and improvement projects. We just have a large amount of $108,000. So we could create a grant program for the North CRA where we want to begin to make some improvements to buildings up there, or landscaping grants, a little bit of advertising money. So there's a lot of options there for improvement projects in the North. I'm having some renderings done now of the plaza to show how we might improve in front of that plaza and make it more attractive. And then finally for the South, very little money here, but a little bit of money for improvement projects. My hope is we could fund a new gateway feature coming in from the South that reflects the new program. And then again, this not much changed. This is the current year, and then the new year. We expect a little more in revenue, and some as we expected. The CRA fund is, as we become active, we're going to stop carrying as much forward, and so that number will go down until it levels off. So tonight, just to show you the progress we made. So what will happen is, as I mentioned, I'll bring you a budget next month. My request to you is to spend that little bit over $1 million to guarantee you $1 million reserve. And then in November, when we close out the year, this current year, I'll come back to you and say how much we had in revenue. You'll see in your packet, it's predicted now to be about $260,000, but we won't know until we finish and we close out all the invoices and so forth. So I'll come back to you and say, now we can fund the things, the demolition, the structures, we want to historic preservation plan, the grant writer, those things, we'll have a list to look back, what do you want to put back in the budget that we had to cut out to balance it. And if that number goes down to 100,000, we'll have even less to work with. It'll be harder decision to make.
We've kept the cost of living increase for all the employees in there, correct?
We have. It's actually half the cost of living.
Yeah, it's half, but still is. Still is.
What is the amount of that, actually?
Yeah, it's 5%.
5%. This year was 9.9% cost of living.
Cost of living, so the budget has five.
That's 5.
That's 5. And they did not receive one this past year, correct?
Correct.
Commissioners, do we have any comments?
I think it's good. You're doing a great job.
I think there was some misunderstanding that we had some requests from the public that is not in here, but I think if they read this, he said, however, to balance the budget, not only use the amount of reserves in excess of $1 million, I had to remove approximately 70,000 and not add the additional expenses. But in November, any additional projects the commission desires can be brought back forward. So it's not that he just ignored those and our directives. It's just, this is where we are.
And to make those cuts, I had to cut into the meat of our operating a little bit. Some of our maintenance and the small equipment purchase, those kind of things, cut them down with the hope that there'll be enough leftovers in the new year that we can put some of that back.
Yes, Commissioner Dedeek.
Sure, I have a couple of comments. One, there's quite a bit of money in the Better Place Plan Fund. So really, we could allocate some of that in the current year budget, is that not right?
Yes, that'll go down. You just approved the 2 trucks as an example, so that number will go down. We're having a little trouble getting our second generator that you approved last fall. We may have to come back to you and get one that's a little more expensive that might actually be delivered. So there'll be ongoing requests.
Yes, we'll actually get delivered.
Actually get it.
Okay, but for example, okay, there's over $8,000 in Better Place Plan Fund. So, and actually, one thing that would be helpful, I think, as we go forward and we look at first reading of the budget, would be to have, for example, the actual amount left in Better Place Plan and CRA, so we can see what the running total is, and as well ARPA. I think we've had that in past years. I think we had that last year when you were here. So, but for Better Place Plan, there's 2 issues that seem to me fairly straightforward and are not huge issues. One is sidewalks. We have sidewalks that are, they're neither sidewalks or grass. They're not safe. They're not a place for people to walk. I talked to Jay Asbury about this when he was our city attorney, and I'm actually going to follow up with Bobby, our new city attorney. They're kind of, they're a problem. And I think it would be helpful if we started with an area of sidewalk, maybe something that is a particular hazard. We could do that. I know sidewalks are expensive, and I don't know how much it costs to do a walk. That would be something I would like to know. And as well, we've had several people who live on East Grand Rondo ask us to put speed bumps in. I think the most recent one was Bill Vila. He asked for speed bumps on East Grand Rondo. Those would cost probably $10,000 or less. So I would like to see that as something to come from Better Place Plan. And that's something that I would throw out there.
Can I just say, did I misinterpret? I think you said that he will bring this back towards the end of our.
September, in September, we'll
And
have.
then that's when we can start to discuss what we want and what.
No, it's gonna bring first, we have first reading in September. That's it, you have to pass the whole budget, first and second reading by September 30th.
Unless we workshop Better Place, I don't think we'll have any more detail than you have now, unless you come back with a list and vote on it.
So,
We workshopped it once and there was no consensus on.
Right, but I'm saying, we just voted to do trucks, we've already voted to do a generator. We're not required to allocate the entire Better Place plan amount, but we can allocate some portion of it, correct?
And you can direct me that, let's do a block a year of sidewalks or, however you want to.
Right, so I'm looking at two things that are not tremendously expensive. One is a hazard issue, one is something residents have been asking for quite a while. And as well, when you go back to the CRA and the regular budget, my observation is that Crescent City for many years has been, essentially we struggled to cover our basic operating expenses for staff and equipment that we need. And we have to get grants for things like wastewater, water, sewer. We get CDBG for road repair, parks. So we are always very close to the limit. I am hoping that we can find a way soon to fund two things that I think would give us a very good return on investment. And by return on investment, I mean would enable us to bring more money into the budget. The first of those is, this was on the list that you put as a wish list. The first is for grant writing. We have missed quite a few grants that have come by this year. We definitely need to supplement our budget with grant money. And I think that it would be potentially an excellent return on investment to take some money from CRA. We have, where is it? We have 45,000 for repairs and maintenance. So, and then we have the carry forward. CRA and the general fund can share responsibility, both for grants and historic preservation plan. And I think both of those things, if we will do them, give us access to further grants in the future, further income. So I think we need to look very strongly at that.
If we were to use CRA funds for a grant writer, wouldn't that have to be within the
limited
CRA?
to CRA,
Yeah, be just limited to the CRA.
Right, because CRA is pretty big. It includes residential areas. And as always, you have to apportion. Right. Right, and for historic preservation, the CRA overlaps significantly with the historic part of town.
And that's for the study that you're referring to, the historic study, preservation study,
Well, it's not so much a study, it would be planning.
or in the plan, the study and the plan.
Right, and I talked to Charles, we have options, we have two firms on contract, correct?
Yes, the firm we use for our day-to-day planning does not do that service.
Okay,
And the other firm is giving us a proposal. After they get some more information from me,
right,
give
but,
us an idea of the cost.
but essentially, if you do the things required to become a certified local government, which are, have a preservation board, what else is it? Preservation board, preservation ordinance, and there's one other thing I think the board has to meet. If you create a basic preservation structure, then you can apply to be a certified local government, and the benefit that gives you is you get eligibility for federal grants that the state passes through, and you do not have to pay a match. So essentially, it's eligibility, you never guarantee for no match money. And that's something that we would benefit from.
Well, what we're gonna need on the Better Place, you mentioned the speed bumps that come up before, but we didn't have consensus on that, we didn't vote to do that. So as we go, we need at some point to go through if you wanna create a shopping list for Better Place, we'll have to actually bring up each item and then have a vote, so I know whether it's the consensus of the commission.
For those items.
Yeah, we want me to bring it to you, or And you can have it in October, you can just give me a general idea if we do a, kind of what you want to do park improvements, we talked about doing, and next month I'll show you some goal ideas I have for the year, in-house master parks plan where we do some improvements. And Better Place can fund a lot of that, whatever we choose to do.
But,
And I think also before we take on the sidewalk, we need to kind of get a cost, so we would have to find out.
Yeah, we'll get, but right now, concrete is changing weekly.
Daily,
Yes.
actually, and it's the supply too, and I know they're rationing, so, concrete pouring are having some, they never know from day to day if they're gonna be able to pour, so that's an issue.
Might put it on here.
So, do we have any other comments? I'm gonna open it up for public comment, as we would at this time. If you come forward, please, state your name, state your address.
Diane Sachs, 304 Chestnut. I would like to request, that the city manager distribute in the packet what we're gonna actually see here, because that's, well, what we're seeing on the board is not what's in the packet. And I would like to be able to view the packet ahead of time and know what's coming up on the board. And the second issue I have, we used to keep 2 million in reserve, now we're going down to 1 million. That might be enough, I'm just wondering, did we actually do the actuals? We haven't had a direct hit in a while, but I was here after Michael, and, the streets were shut down because the trees were down, and I couldn't get back to our neighborhood, for 3 weeks, Judy?
Right.
And
No
what did that,
water for 14, for 3 weeks, no water.
that was 2004.
4, right, but
Not Michael.
I'm sorry, 2000, yeah, but how much did it cost to restore those services, and did it exceed $1 million? Did we investigate what it cost when, in 2004, and are we ensuring that we have appropriate funds?
I think we do with $1 million because that was under $1 million.
Okay.
What we would get some help from FEMA possibly,
Yeah,
but it was
yeah.
3 years afterward before we got the money.
Yeah, so that we have to have the money available
We have to have
to
money
do it
available
immediately.
because we don't want to be without water. And
Not just a hurricane, it could
yes,
be anything.
and
Yeah,
and
and we
storm,
have to-
right,
We can have
tornado.
collapse of our infrastructure, and there's a lot of things that can happen.
So I'm really tickled that we do have that reserve that we don't get into and that we're able to have that.
And that was my question, if you think the money is sufficient.
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments?
January 505 Magnolia Avenue. And Judy, I remember we were all on the commission in 2004. And actually, when it all was said and done, it was under $1 million. And we actually ended up making money, unfortunately, out of the hurricane as a city. Because the insurance payouts for dock and everything that Fletcher Park ended up coming back more than what we spent on it. But it was 3 years or more, and we did have the money. So, I mean, I agree with the $1 million reserve. I'm just here speaking on behalf of the Fairland Peninsula Historical Society, and the commitment that you guys made for the historic preservation plan. I agree with Commissioner DeVito. Becoming a certified local government should be like one of the number one, focuses of this commission in the city. We are losing historic buildings in this town at a rate of several a year. There was 262 contributing structures to our historic district. Those are not there anymore. There's probably about 20% of them that are not, if not more. We haven't finished figuring that out. But right now, there's nothing that says that anyone can buy this brick house and bulldoze it and build a hotel there. We have no ordinances on the books that protect historic structures from being destroyed in this town. And, out on the street, we have these great banners that say historic Crescent City, but there's nothing protecting the historic part of Crescent City. And that is why we asked for the $35,000 to get the study done. The study starts out it gives us an idea of where we are like between the comprehensive plan, the land development code, and an ordinance that actually is enforceable legally and has all the proper parts in it. Because it has to be legally tested, but it's very easy to have the right parts in it. But we need to see where we stand, because really right now, anybody can just, the historic part of Crescent City can just be destroyed. And it is being destroyed by neglect too. So I just would implore you guys to make sure that is the number one priority. If you can't fit it in the budget right now, I understand how carry forwards work and after November, but let's not forget there and forget about that. I would rather you put it in the budget and use it to reserves, but I also think, it's my personal opinion that taking out the employee incentives and those kind of things that you needed to cut out, balance it, I think we need to go back in. I mean, as a citizen, I'm okay with us using $100,000 of reserves. If we're gonna get it back in November, then we're fine, put it back in the reserves. Then at least we know all these things are in there and budgeted, but that's just my personal opinion, so. I said 24 seconds.
Save them for next time.
Yeah.
Bank it, yeah, bank it, go ahead and bank it. Thank you, Mr. King, for bringing that to everyone's attention, that they can possibly save it. Okay, do we have any other speakers at this time? Okay, no other speakers, I'm gonna go ahead and close public comments. Okay, and then we're not a vote here, correct? This is just more of an update, right? Yeah, okay.
Mayor, I do have one thing to request about the budget when it comes back to it.
Yes, ma'am.
When I look at the way the revenues are laid out and the expenses, I think it's important for us to see the revenues. If you look at the second page of the general fund, it lumps together our recurring revenues with our grant funds. And I think in prior years, there's been a breakout of the grant funds total and the recurring general revenue. I think it's important to see those separately, revenues minus grants, because that gives us an idea of what we really have for a regular operating budget. And it's been just like that way before. This, and as well in the department.
So you're asking them for clarification, you're asking them to add another line and put it in the back.
Absolutely, so that we and members of the public can see what is grants and what is actual general operating revenue. And then as well, in the different departments, particularly for salaries, in past years, we've had footnotes that actually break out how many employees are covered by those salaries, and roughly what they are. And I found that very helpful. And as well, I think there's a place maybe in finance and administration, just footnotes and breakouts that show, for example, instead of lumping together, like under professional services, a recurring expense with a non-recurring expense, I think the salary study is possibly listed that way, to have a footnote and show, what is the non-recurring expense, so that we really can have a better understanding.
So you're asking for that, for the extra additional line for the grant. And
Yeah,
then
there's
you've got that right now, the park grant, the budget part, you've got that in there as an additional line. So,
Right, well, they're in there as additional lines, but when you come down and do the total, everything is lumped together. And in prior years, they would show.
so that's where you want it, so you want it down at the total, at the bottom of the total, and you want it broken down into, okay.
Right, so that we can all see.
Okay, additional clarification.
Right, and then the footnotes as well, the expenses.
Okay,
There's actually another column I deleted the print on the film.
to make it feel, it's always a problem trying to get the budget on page. Okay, do you have, anything else? Commissioners, anything else on this? Otherwise, I'm gonna close that out, let's move on. Okay,
Mayor, the next item is discussion of the role of the tree board and review of the proposed annual tree plan. We had requested and set up a retreat, or a workshop with the tree board. Which, after we delay that or cancel that till all members could be present, we did that, and we requested a new date at last meeting, in which case, they said they're not interested in having a workshop with the commission on tree plan. So I brought the tree plan back to you. I don't know if you want to go through it tonight or schedule a workshop just for yourself. Go over the tree plan. And there still seems to be some disagreement on based on motions and so forth. I just thought a good idea that for you to clarify, so we all know.
I do want to, for the record, state two things. Number one, the minutes that were provided, they're draft minutes. They've not been approved because they have not met since that last meeting. So we just make sure we understand that those are draft minutes. And also, Dr. Jordan did come in and meet with me yesterday, as the tree board requested. So I just wanted to go ahead and let you know that.
Was anything accomplished yesterday during your meeting?
No. Well, there's not really anything that I can accomplish without this, this commission. I explained that to him. It appears that, they're concerned that we spent their money. And I've asked several places about their money. And, we have the $5,000, which is, I have it right here, tree maintenance, that none of that has been spent to date, but that's based on recommendations, and that's the city's maintenance for those trees.
Yeah, the Bay Tree Company.
Yeah, the tree company. So I think there's, and there seems to be some, I'm just being frank about it. There's some, I felt some animosity, and I'm not sure that with the workshop there was why we couldn't do that. I tried to explain to him that it was for us to sit down with the tree board to try to talk this through, how we could have a tree plan that we could all understand where they were coming from and kind of where we were coming from. But they decided not to do that. We did have it on the schedule. Pat Navy did call me, and she asked, because Dr. Jordan was, I believe, in Costa Rica, or he was traveling, that they wanted him to also be present, and if we could cancel it, which we did, and said that we'll just go ahead and figure out some more dates. But at the last meeting, they decided not to. They decided not to have that. We talked about the fact that, and I think if you read through 18, let's see. If you read through what their charge is for this tree plan, how it went into outside of the tree plan, talking about the trees. Because really that's their charge with this, is to give us the recommendation for the tree plan. So I'm did we accomplish anything? No, I am concerned that we have a board that is an advisory board that, quite frankly, is upset with the commission. And I'm not sure why they're upset with us, other than the fact that we sent the tree plan back to them and asked them to revisit it. And so that's where we stand.
Okay, Mayor, could I comment on this, please? Okay. First of all, I don't think it's ever a good idea to bring personalities into this. And I just don't think it's necessary.
I did not bring personalities. I said there's some animosity, and there is.
Okay.
There is. And I did bring personalities. I did not attack anybody. Please make note of that. I did not attack anybody.
Okay, could I finish, please?
Yeah, but be careful.
No, I'm going to say what I think.
Okay.
So, I think, starting from the city manager's memo back in February, how board members feel or don't feel, and how we feel or don't feel, really should not come into it. The ordinance provides that this is a key responsibility of the tree board. It's very simple, and it's very well intended for the city of Crescent City. It says that we are supposed to have an annual tree plan for the care, preservation, pruning, planting, replanting, removal, or disposition of trees and shrubs in parks, along streets, and in other public areas. The plan, as we did before, back in 2020, it is supposed to be presented annually to the city commission. And the city commission is supposed to accept and approve it. So, I think that it would be helpful if we would all look at what our responsibilities are and just work on carrying those out. We have a group of volunteers who are very knowledgeable about horticulture, some of whom are on their second term and have contributed a great deal. The idea of this is that there's an orderly plan that prioritizes the greatest needs for the trees, the care and the planting of whatever is needed for trees and shrubs. And it's particularly important because, as we were just discussing, we don't have much money in our budget. And one of the best things that was done in the development of this tree plan was setting priorities. So you have volunteers, and it's very important, we've discussed, to encourage volunteers. One thing that has not happened, the volunteer plan doesn't exist in a vacuum. We are fortunate to have a city manager who is very interested in beautification. But what I think we have missed out on is the city manager has not incorporated his proposals into the tree plan. We don't expect any volunteer board, from planning and zoning to code enforcement, to do all this work themselves. So I think if you look according to the ordinance, it's supposed to be a comprehensive plan.
For trees and shrubs.
Yes.
Trees and shrubs.
Right.
Okay, trees and shrubs.
Okay. So if there are shrubs that are proposed or trees that are going to be taken out or put in, it would certainly make sense to have the city manager. I think this is what may be meant by they spent our money. I think the volunteers know that they don't actually expend funds. But the city manager observed back in February that there were some proposals that might have a cost. Well, actually, I looked at it, there was one that had a cost, and that actually falls primarily under the responsibility of the city professionals to add into that cost amount. So, I think it would be most helpful for whatever it is that we've authorized that the city manager wants to do. I mean, really, anything that pertains to the trees or shrubs in the city should go into this plan. And if staff has, I mean, it needs to be a joint effort by staff and the volunteers. So I think that needs to happen, or it's not a complete plan.
Well, and that's what we tried to do. I do believe that we, the commission, in trying to sit down with them and workshop this, that we can all come together. And I will say this, in that, you know, in talking to Dr. Jordan, and I understand this too, they felt that, you know, and you did bring that up, and I was very careful not to criticize anybody on the board. They do feel that we, the commission, possibly made some comments that were somewhat insulting to them, and that was of concern. I hope they were never done intentionally. I'm sure that they were not done intentionally. But there is. So we've got some issues between this voluntary board and us, and a relationship right now. And we've got to figure out where we're going to go forward with this. You know, they also, it appears that they've made a motion that in their meeting that we also, Charles is not to plant anything without their approval. That's concerning to me. I'm not sure Charles actually gets his directives from the commission and not from the tree board. So I feel like they overstepped the boundaries there. And I'm gonna ask you not to
Well, there's, okay, a couple of different problems here. I wish we would keep ideas of relationships. We don't have a relationship with the code board, we don't have a relationship with planning and zoning.
We do, yeah, actually, we do.
Well, not a personal and emotional relationship. So, it's my understanding that at the last meeting, the city manager was not there. That there are plans for the rights of way or whatever, for things to be done. That actually by ordinance should be incorporated into the tree plan. It would make sense,
And
if
what
that,
is that? I mean, what is that?
well, I'm not exactly sure.
Well, you said it should be incorporated, so
Yeah.
what is that? What are we incorporating that should be in the tree plan that's a tree and shrub? I mean, that's what I'm asking, so
Well, I don't know.
So we've
because
got
the
to know
city-
that.
The city manager hasn't told me. So the correct procedure would be for the city manager to assist in getting that into the tree plan, which then is supposed to be brought back to the commission, to approve. And
But you have a tree board that doesn't want the city manager involved at all, basically.
Okay.
Plant trees.
I'm sorry.
wait a second, let's,
Okay,
You can't put lights on trees, I mean,
okay,
but now you want him to be involved, totally.
if you read the ordinance, and I read the minutes, and keeping in mind, as the mayor pointed out, the minutes are not the approved minutes. What is apparent to me is that, and I noticed this at the very first meeting last fall, and I didn't say anything, because I thought things will work themselves out, and they didn't. There are plans for alterations to the parks and to Central Avenue that if you read the ordinance, they should be discussed in a tree board meeting. That is how the ordinance is laid out, that changes to the trees and plantings in the right of way should be incorporated into the tree plan. So I'm assuming that that is what the board means. So, you know,
where do you, where do you read that?
where do I read that?
Yeah, that we're to go to the tree board with these plans. Show me where that is. Just, I mean, I just want clarification, if you can show me where that is.
Well,
In either 18.5 or in the ordinance, it was done, and actually, it was done in 09, but they said it was passed in 08.
Right,
Um,
and I
so
looked
show
at
me
it,
where that is.
okay, and I read it before. So in 18.55, it says there shall be an annual comprehensive tree plan. So whatever, planting, replanting, and its trees and shrubs, whatever is going to be done, the idea is that there is a unified, it says, a written plan for the care, preservation, pruning, planting, replanting, for removal. So it's pretty clear to me, that this is something, if there are plans to spend money to care for plants or whatever, it should be incorporated into the tree plan, so that we can know what we're doing with the money and what the plans are, and as Commissioner Banks pointed out.
With what?
2020.
With what money? The money for the tree maintenance? Is that what you're talking about?
Really, whatever the plan is to maintain trees, and it can be general or it can be specific, then it's supposed to be incorporated into the plan. The plan right now is fairly general, but, and I actually have some things that I have submitted to the tree board that they have not considered.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir, Commissioner Banks.
Your Honor, can I say something?
Yes, sir.
I really think we're not getting anywhere. It's just between you two going back and forth. I think what we need to do is to just table this until we get a chance to meet with the tree board in a special meeting and try to work ideas out or come up with a solution. Because going back and forth, wasting time, precious time, ain't getting nowhere. So I think we need to just table it until we can
Let's
do that.
schedule a meeting right now then.
Well, like, we've got, I believe we have members of the tree board here. So we're gonna have to get them to agree to meet with us. So that would be, then we have to come up with, a date.
Okay.
So if members of the tree board, can I ask them to speak? Are we good with that?
Yeah, sure.
Would you like to come forward and speak, please?
I would love to.
In my timing.
I think there's some comments that need to be made before we get to that discussion of meetings. My name is Kevin Jordan, 34 South Main Street. I'm the acting chairman of the Crescent City Trees and Gardens Board. On behalf of that Trees and Gardens Board, I have the honor of apprising the City Commission of developing concerns on our part regarding the role in city government. Contrary to recent assertions that the board has been unwilling to meet with the commission, I hasten to point out that at its June meeting, the board did agree to meet with the commission for a joint workshop on 15 July of this year, a date which had been cleared to the commission by the deputy city clerk. That meeting was subsequently canceled by the commission, which then attempted to reschedule the workshop through the deputy clerk for a date which the chairman of the tree board could not attend due to previously scheduled travel. An issue for the board is the hesitancy of the commission at its regular meeting to date to accept or even to discuss the annual tree plan proposed by the board at the beginning of the year. That plan was actually the second draft of a plan rejected by the commission 1 month earlier, but not without comment. The board is still recovering from remarks of Commissioner Burton, who asserted on the record that not one of the tree board members is qualified to render such advice to the city, and that the tree board should leave this plan, and I am quoting. The Crescent City Trees and Gardens Board of Development still feels that its role is defined in the city ordinances, is to advise the city commission on the management of its trees and gardens. We further feel that that is exactly what we've done. We realize that the city is under no obligation to take our advice, but we question how it can justify its designation as a tree city without a tree plan. The National Arbor Day Foundation, which grants that designation, requires two conditions: an advisory tree plan and an annual tree board. Not only has Crescent City not adopted its tree board's plan, it has not come up with one of its own to replace it. Thus, Crescent City has gone most of the year without a plan for the management of the tree. A further concern of the tree board are charges from the city manager in your current meeting packet that the board is attempting to redefine its role in city government. We are not. Ironically, we alert the commission to the fact that we have twice had to prevent the city manager from trying to chair our meetings, and once had to prevent him from dispensing the rules of order altogether. It should go without saying that no advisory body can render honest advice when it is being told what advice to render. We wonder how the city's other advisory boards can maintain their objectivity under such duress. In point of fact, the city manager holds no authority over any of the commission's various advisory boards. To presume any such authority is not only a violation of the board's independence, it is a violation of the commission's authority. In a properly governed city, the board meets publicly to advise the city commission. The commission meets publicly to make decisions and direct the city manager. The city manager then manages the city staff. As impressed as we are by the boldness of the city manager in inserting himself between the tree board and the city commission, we implore the commission to discuss our advice openly, accept it or reject it, tell the public your reasons, and let us go on with our jobs. Indeed, it seems that if anyone is redefining his role in city governance, it is the city manager. The fact that he is proposing, also in your current package, to rewrite the code of ordinances in order to do so speaks directly to the issue. Please note that if the tree board actually were in violation of the ordinances, he would not have to recommend that Chapter 18.5 be rewritten. The Crescent City Trees and Gardens Board is acutely aware that its members are appointed by you. The City Commission should be aware that as volunteers with a 3-year term, we are not beholden to the Commission for anything except our sincere best judgment on the management of the city's natural assets. What you do with our advice is your business. We ask only that you understand the seriousness of our dedication. Our duties may be limited, but our concerns run deep. As far as our qualifications are concerned, I can assure you that no advisory board in the state has better provisions for qualified members. I have 3 degrees in the natural sciences from 3 major universities, and over 40 years of experience in the field, the laboratory, and the classroom as a college professor and a private consultant. If it would make you feel better to pay for my advice, I would be happy to charge you. Sitting beside me at the tree board meetings is a certified master gardener with a lifetime of experience in botanical cultivation. No one in town can rival her understanding of the environmental benefits and requirements of landscape plants. She has a distinguished history of service to the Crescent City Women's Club and the Fruitland Peninsula Historical Society. It is a blessing to have her and a folly to overlook her. Next to her is a woman of longstanding prominence in the community as a champion of trees and gardens and a servant of some of the city's most generous charity. She is gifted with a fine sense of indignation at the city's obliviousness to its most fragile asset, and has scolded the city manager more than once for his cavalier treatment of the city's public land. New to the board are two women of energy and mission, one new to our town and one who grew up here and knows every man. Are honored to enjoy the frankness of their outlook and encourage them to help us move the city together in an environment of clean air and green space. We will continue to give you our honest advice. If you want anything else, I'm afraid we can't help you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Claire, just to point out here, I don't understand what the need to have a special joint meeting is. The way this is supposed to happen is, we have a plan submitted to us. We're supposed to put it on the agenda and consider it. And the tree board can come and speak to it if they want to. But we have a plan. Charles has highlighted some areas where he has concerns. Some of those, I think, he just doesn't have enough history in town. But most of the tree plan is not highlighted in yellow. So the proper procedure is really, it's been forwarded to us, it's been recommended, and the ordinance says that we're supposed to consider it, which Dr. Jordan has pointed out. And I think that's what we should do, and not worry about who gets along with who, whatever.
Well, I think as we go forward, it's important that this relationship, we gotta,
The relationship,
well,
I mean, we're supposed to follow the ordinances. We're supposed to all stand in corners and do their job. And I think all
we've
this,
got right now, we have an attack on, and I'm calling it an attack, that we have an attack on our city manager. And I'm not,
okay, I'm sorry, I have never in my life attended a city commission meeting where we have talked about one person attacking another or whatever.
I do feel like we, and well, you know what, you have the opportunity to share your opinion anytime you want to. I'm sharing my opinion, that right now I feel like our city manager, and commissioners, please chime in, that they are upset with our city manager. I sat in on one of those meetings, and I do believe that our city manager was just trying to explain to them, the one that I sat in on, what their role was, is as the advisory and doing the tree and shrub plan.
Yeah.
Not to overstep that role. And I was never, I sat in the back of the room, and I'll be honest with you, I don't know where it went from, how it went to where it is today. So,
Okay, I think I need to say something too. According to the last meeting that I went to, and then I came as a commissioner and had my say about the tree and garden, people, well, I'm just gonna be honest with you, what I heard at the first meeting I ever went to was basically a meeting that sounded to me, you wanted to make Lake Stella a bird sanctuary, you wanted to take the motorboats off, I think it's still written in here somewhere. You wanted to, basically do all these things, you were telling us what you wanted us to do, you were not really advising, you were just saying this needs to kind of be done. And I really thought that where you were going with that wasn't so much at me as commissioner, or at the city, maybe necessarily at the time. But I think it was more or less because the boat races were coming to town, and you really didn't want the boat races around. So I think it was driven by different people for different reasons why that particular meeting was what it was. So that's why I probably lashed out a little bit. I was a little bit, shall I say, upset with the whole thing. And I mean, that's just the way I read that whole meeting. Now, maybe I read it wrong. I don't think I did necessarily. Because we have been working with the Fish and Wildlife conservation people. We've done a lot of work to make sure that when boat races come in, that something was not, no, you know, somebody said to me.
When I say
Yeah.
something in order, you're supposed to ask me what it is.
Okay, well, what is it, Commissioner Vita?
That this is off topic. We're discussing the tree board and the tree
I
plan.
am discussing the tree board after he mentioned that. I really kind of got on. I did get on. And I'm explaining why.
Is this an apology?
No,
No,
no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you took it the way you took it.
The boat races, this is all trees.
Well, see, you weren't part of the tree board at that time, and so, I understand it's all trees. Believe me, I do.
Okay, so I think at this point in time, we can make a decision. We can either go through this tree plan and carve out what we feel needs to be carved out. We have some options. We can, it's even been suggested that we disband the tree board. And we do have a planner now that I believe he is looking at, or he has the capability, is that correct, to look at trees for development purposes?
He reviews the site plans and trees.
I spoke to the county forester. We have a new county forester, and he did say that, and it says here in 18.5 that we're supposed to consult with, with the county forester, but he did recommend that we do have an arborist that could better address the trees. And so we are gonna have to change something in there. I told him that we would discuss that as well, because the county forester probably is not the one that should be doing that, and that's in your 18.5.5, friend C, parent 1. So, commissioners, we've got a lot going on. We can also table it and kind of let everybody cool down a little bit. It's yours tip.
I mean, basically, the commission is the board, correct? But basically, we're in charge of the tree and beautification, whatever happens with it, right?
yes, this board is advisory.
Their
I
board is
don't like,
advisory.
I'm sorry, I don't like the board telling our city manager to stop. My gosh, she's been out there in the sun and the rain and whatever, and he's been free help, other than his salary. And you're telling him to stop planting? We haven't had this look as well in years.
Okay, let's not from the
And
audience.
I'm sorry, I'm hot over it.
No, we didn't say it, I don't know where that came from.
That was in our package that you told them to stop.
Yeah, that was in the original minutes that I read.
Right.
The draft
And I'm
minutes.
sorry, Donna, I'm not saying you, but, and I apologize for me getting so angry and being so ugly.
I mean, the rest are,
I think the flowers are beautiful, but we need to look at some of these majestic oaks that needs trimmed and saved.
Well, that's two different issues though.
That,
That's why it's the tree board, the shrub board, not the
Ms.
flower.
Gomez, you've been waiting patiently. Would you go ahead and announce your name and your address, please?
Liz Gomez, 19 Cedar Street. I see the passion that all of you have. My concern was when I joined the board, 2 meetings, nobody welcomed me or done. And I'm like, where's the mayor? Where's the city planner? I have known all of you before I joined them. And I love all of you because you are so passionate, each one of you I got to know. Walmart, and forgive me, I always go to Walmart, that's all I know. We have something that is called correction of errors. Where do we go from here? And all of us are passionate, and I love you all.
Back to you, we love you too,
Thank
and I do appreciate all the work you've done. Don't think that I'm a hater, that's not.
No.
I just don't like what we've done.
passionate.
Do we have any other, public comments at this time? And we have let this go on, and I guess you can tell that this is something that has been brewing and brewing, and, we needed to get this out in the open. And so I apologize, for allowing this, but this is our only time that we can discuss any of this together. And so sometimes it's just, we have to be able to air our concerns and our thoughts, and this is the only time we can do such.
Can I add something?
Yes, sir.
I think, looking back, I reorganized the tree board after the COVID break in order to apply for Arbor Day, or for Tree City
Tree City USA.
So we convened the board, there was no chair of the board at that time. And then we appointed a chair briefly, resigned shortly after. Then we had no chair. So we did, during a meeting, ask the board members to designate an interim until the commission appointed a chair, which happened. The first iteration of the plan they produced, as you all saw, I believe, had a lot about, motorboats on Lake Stella and every living bug and plan, very, very broad reaching, like an environmental committee. We had a committee in Maitland that was environmental, and they looked at water quality and stormwater runoff and everything, trees and plants. So my understanding of 18.5 in chapter 2 establishes that board that was not within their purview. When I brought that up, we disagreed. It was well within our purview. So rather than debate it, okay, let's go to they serve at the pleasure of the commission. So I brought it to you at that time, said you need to let me know if this is within their purview, then, here's the plan. If it's not, we need to give them direction. So you directed them to go back and pull it in. They did another draft. This one still contains Lake Stella should be protected for recreational pleasure of individual residents and tourists without the threat of so forth. So it still has quite a bit beyond, large public gathering and special events should be regulated and so forth. So I still think it's beyond the scope. There's never been a discussion of, Commissioner Beal, your comments about me adding any plans I had to the plans. It's the first time that's been brought up to me. If I want to put in some bushes or add some shade trees, to put that in the tree plan. This tree plan doesn't have that level of detail. It's very broad. It's not plant here and plant there. I encourage the tree board members occasions to produce those kinds of plans, to generate ideas, to say, hey, I think the boat ramps would look better with camellias and azaleas and shade trees. But that's never been forthcoming. The desire is always, well, tell us what you're going to do, and then we'll let you know what we think you're going to do. So I think that's been the conflict. And so I bring it back to you to define the role. I'll go with whatever the role is. I think you want to workshop this plan and just strike through what doesn't work for you. The things I highlight, just things I look at, little things like mentions Patrick Kennedy in there versus big things of Lake Stella, protecting Lake Stella as a water body. So you could workshop it with or without their attendance, and then send it back to them, say, here's what we'd like stricken, or add something about this, just to keep the process moving forward.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, so do I. Because we're not getting anywhere tonight.
Do you want a meeting or you want,
I think if you workshop it, where we can step through it and invite if they want to attend. Is that right?
I think so.
Go through one item at a time. They have a list of recommendations. It kind of boils down to the last pages 9 and 10, which are their recommendations. The rest of it is sort of information and support material. Some little change. It talks about powerboat traffic generates noise in surface ways that flush waterfowl, which things like that, and tree planting seems a little unusual for me. So look at those items and then go over the recommendations they have. And if the desire is for me to put in tree plans that I may have, I'd be happy to do that in the plan. A lot of times I come up with that as I go along, so but I'll do what I can to capture it and put it in the plan if that's your direction.
I think that sounds very helpful. Because, you know,
With the flowers, that make up what's available at florist, the nursery when I get there.
right, but if you look at the ordinance, there's no way that the plan can really be accomplished if, as the city manager, you're not also incorporating your issues into it. So I think that's an excellent thing.
All right, let's schedule.
You have those dates still
Well,
for September.
I just want to make sure though that because it's an advisory, that Charles doesn't have to go to them for approval. That's not true, that's not true.
That's my understanding.
That you do not have to go to them for approval. Correct? I just want us to be clear about that, that he doesn't have to go to him for approval.
But actually, it's the commission that would be approved.
Well, he doesn't have to go to them for approval. He would, if he needs something, he could come to us. So,
Yeah.
Okay, do we want to look at dates, and do we want to look at dates with the tree board? Since we have, I
We
think,
have some.
four of them in the room,
Right.
are we just missing, what are we just missing, one? Pat?
Okay, so the only thing I don't understand is, wouldn't this work, cannot we do this at a regular meeting? We have to workshop it? Because it's been recommended, the next step according to the ordinance is for us to do something. But anyway.
Well, then
That's your pleasure.
I mean, we can go ahead and we can schedule it for a meeting and we can just go through it and cut everything out of here that we feel that's not necessary. Or outside the scope of outside their scope.
Now, y'all,
We can do that.
y'all sure we don't need to workshop, because we'll be just like again tonight,
So I'm
going
afraid.
back to flowers, back to flowers,
I think we should workshop.
it ain't going nowhere.
So,
Okay, so where do we have the dates? What document was that on?
That's the cover letter back. That's the Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays in September, if you have a calendar.
okay, so it would probably be, we could workshop it on the 22nd before our special meeting at 6 o'clock. Could we do it then?
Start, what time do you want to start?
I'm sorry, which day is it?
The 22nd, we're already.
You
planning
want
on
to
the
start
22nd.
at 4?
Sure.
At 4 o'clock on the
At 4 o'clock? Is that in agreement? Are you in agreement with that? Dr. Jordan?
I will probably be out for the month of September.
So you'll be out the whole month of September?
We have Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, can we zoom him in? You got internet in Pennsylvania? Can we zoom it in at the workshop?
We could.
We can zoom in. Can you zoom in on that date, do you believe?
1 day is good.
Okay. Ms. Langland, you're good with that date? Is that date good with you? Do you know?
The regular board meeting is on the 22nd at 1 o'clock.
Okay, their regular board meeting is September 22nd, so
At
this
1
would be following your board meeting at 4 o'clock. Okay? Ms. Middleton, that's good with you? Ms. Gomez, that's good with you? Okay? Okay, then let's do that. We're gonna set it for 4 o'clock on the 22nd. Okay. Thank you all very much.
Right here, the last slide is my performance, the results of my performance audit.
Okay. I'm gonna go over this, because all of you were given a copy of, the final average that Mr. Bud received. You know, as a performance appraisal, it's an improvement communication, acknowledging strengths and points out weaknesses or improvements. It's also an opportunity to bring your problems into focus and to reduce future misunderstandings. I hope, the way I think we're gonna go forward with this is that you all spent time, put time and effort into that. As you read through it, you'll see. I'm going to encourage each and every one of you to go over this with him personally, your evaluation. That will open up those lines of communication. And, I want you to keep in mind, as you do so, it's your opinion and not necessarily the opinion of the board or the commission as a whole. City manager has a difficult task of trying to please everyone and perform their job while doing so. In this case, he really has 6 directors, my assessment, the 5 of us, and then there is the public. Hopefully, this will clarify for Mr. Rudd the expectations of each commissioner and strengthen the relationship between the commission and him. Unfortunately, we don't have previous reviews of managers to go from. This being the first, we can improve upon it as we move forward. I suggest that annually we need to reassess our goals and plan for the next year. I believe we should do this in a separate goal-setting meeting. This will also give Mr. Rudd a roadmap as we move forward by us, the commission, setting goals for us and measurable goals for him. So if you look at the final average, his final average was 4.3, which puts him between very good and excellent. I will say, I'll just highlight some of those, that he was 4.5 or above. That does, the city manager regularly consult with the mayor before setting the agenda to determine appropriate topics and timing. He was given a 5 on that one, in an average. Does the city manager follow up promptly on commission requests for information or action without having to be reminded? He was given a 4.75 average. Is the budget submitted on time? He was given a 4.5% average. Does the city manager organize or assign work so it's performed efficiently and effectively? He was given a 4.5 average. Does the city manager put in sufficient time and effort to perform to your expectations? He was given a 5. Does the city manager generally make a positive impression on citizens and is respected in Crescent City? He was given a 4.8. Is he effective in handling disputes or complaints involving citizens? He was given 4.67. Does the city manager represent commission positions and policies accurately and effectively? He was given a 4.5. Is the city manager effectively representing the city's interest in dealing with other agencies? He was given a 5.0. Does the city manager participate in enough intergovernmental activity to have an impact on behalf of the city? 4.67 was his average. Is the city manager's personality suited to the effective performance of his duties? 4.60. Is the city manager easy to talk to? 5.0. Do you feel he is a good listener? 4.6. Does the city manager show sensitivity to the concerns of others? 4.60. Does the city manager demonstrate interest and enthusiasm in performing his duties? 4.75. Does he have sufficient leadership characteristics to command respect and good performance from employees? 4.75. Does the city manager show initiative and creativity in dealing with issues, problems, and unusual situations? 4.75. Does the city manager create an atmosphere in which employees can enjoy working for the city? 4.75. Is the city manager honest and ethical? 4.5. Does the city manager work well under pressure? 5.0. Is the city manager able to change his approach to fit new situations? 4.60. Then when I look back on here on anything 3.50 and under, 3 being satisfactory. So I just went a little above that. So And so that would be, our commission packet's relatively free of errors and omissions. You got a 3.40 on that one. Then does the city manager give sufficient credit to the commission? There's a 3.33. And that's all that came in under 3.5 and below. So you all have this in your packet. Again, I'm going to encourage you to sit down with him individually, go over this with him. It has been shared with him as well. And with that, I am going to recommend his cost of living increase at the 5%. If the commissioners would agree to that, just based on this ranking that he was given, I think he is definitely deserving of such. So, do we have any comments? And if so, we will need a motion for that.
I so move.
I second
We have a motion and we have a second. Do we have any additional comments? No comments, and so that would be for his increase of 5.0, which is in the budget.
And I think that is in contract.
But we have to,
Right, we have to approve it.
we have to approve it.
Go through these
Right,
steps.
so
Right, go through these steps.
Right, but basically, this, I believe, I'm looking at the contract, at least the excerpt that Charles gave us. And it says basically that whatever cost of living increase the other city employees receive, that the city manager would also receive. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay, so
Charles just wanted to make sure that we did approve of that,
Right.
and that his evaluation just was sufficient for that.
Sure, and so my one question is, for the budget that you presented, is the cost of living increase, is that reflected in the budget that you showed us tonight?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
And you, and I would like to say this. And I've been here like forever. And I'm not ashamed to say it, and I'm not afraid to say it. Carl is the best manager we had here since I became the mission. So you know, he's doing a good job.
Thank you for that.
I want to second that. I've been here a long time, not as long as Mr. Banks, but a long time.
Almost, isn't it? Almost.
It's a pretty long time, and you are the best we've had.
I have to say that, I'm with Charles a lot in other settings, just in the role that we both have to be in. And, I have to remind people often, hands off, because, I feel that we have been very blessed. And, but we are very blessed because anytime you're with him, with other communities he's worked for, or people that he's worked with, the admiration and respect that he gets makes me so proud that he's representing all of us here in Crescent City. And, he is unflappable, as you can see tonight. And I think that's why I got so passionate, I'll be honest with you, about this whole tree situation, is because I know the dedication that he has. And I know that he is committed to the city, and we've had these discussions, and all he wants is the very, very best for the city and for all of us. And it shows every morning when you're here long before anybody else. It shows when we're walking out and we're saying, Charles, please turn your light off and go home to Valeria. They have uprooted their lives and moved here, and they want to be part of this community. So, I every day I walk out of here and I have a sigh of relief just knowing that he is our city manager and that we have him here. So I thank you all for your comments, your comments.
Addition, I don't think none of us making up fairy tales. It's an old saying, an old custom. give me my flowers while I'm living.
Yeah.
Don't wait till I die and take them to the cemetery. I want to learn about it. Give them to me while I'm living.
And so,
Can I add to that, Mayor?
yes,
If you don't mind? Since Charles came on board, I was fairly new too, so we kind of grew with each other. But I have seen the difference in the morale with the employees, working one-on-one with him. And just everybody having a different light when they're walking in the building every day, 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. I see Christina constantly out there with him, doing other things, and we are blessed to have him as a boss. That's on the employee side of the.
thank you, Kim. Thank you very much. So,
And I just want to say one thing, some of these questions were tough. And they're tough because I'm not here that often, and when I'm here, it's just a complaint. And, well, you know what I'm saying, right? So it's something about I don't like something. And that's not a real fair way to judge somebody, but overall, I probably spend what, an hour a week maybe? The only time we have together are these commission meetings. Yeah, for 6, 7 hours, usually, you know, they're kind of tough. But other than that, it's just tough because I don't know your everyday routine. I don't know, you know, all the meetings that you go to, not privy to even the employees and how to, I mean, I can tell the difference, but I really can't tell, you know, I don't know, you know, how they feel or anything. I'm looking, you know, it's not my way, but, I just want you to know that it was kind of difficult to answer some of them.
I want to thank you all for your support and your comments. I moved by it, and I enjoy working here. I enjoy making a difference. And keep working to get those kind of reviews and move the ball. Something I'd like to.
You've already moved the ball.
Well, I've got I say in the presentation for next time, things that I see needs in the future, next year, what's next. So for me, it's always, you know, what's next, what do we need to do? And just, I feel like I'm getting credit for the jeweler who just shines up the old antique ring that's beautiful. I give him credit for making the ring. Well, I'm just shining up a real gem here and enjoy it, so I appreciate it.
well, the city looks,
Yeah.
people say that to me constantly. And, that the city just, it's smiling again. It is really, it's smiling again. It's from out here where all these flowers are just flourishing. It's our medians. I mean, we drive through and say now, every time I drive through a city, I mean, drive through the land, the north portion of Woodland Boulevard, and I'm driving through, Christina, you and I we're like, look at those medians.
Yeah, they're starting to look bad,
They
aren't
look
they?
awful.
Yeah, we know, I went through the
They
other
look
day.
awful, and so and poor thing, you know, I'm snapping pictures of medians everywhere, sending them everywhere I go, I'm sending him pictures. But our medians are smiling, everything's smiling, I feel like we are headed in a really good direction,
And I like the lights in the trees.
yes.
I mean, I'm gonna be very involved with the Christmas lighting again this year, and by golly, I wanna see some lights.
They're over the annex.
Did we vote?
Oh, yeah, we haven't voted yet. So, we're having to get our comments out done first.
Can I make a comment? There are 2 or 3 trees not burning because they need a power supply or something. My husband's ordered 3 of them and got one.
Oh, interesting.
Well, it's the same
It's
way.
the way it is right now.
Right, so
The way it is.
the lightning does something to them and kills them and,
Okay, wow, isn't that something?
yeah, so he's, like I said, he can't get them right now.
Yeah. So we do have some lights, all but one is out down on this,
Right,
on the
right.
north section of Summit, so, but it's just, anyway, so with that, if we're done with our comments, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, with that, I can go ahead if Christina has anything, any updates that she wants to, I can close and we can open up CRA. if you want.
Well, we don't have anything on the CRA, we didn't advertise an agenda.
Okay, I just didn't know if she's been sitting here and she wanted to. Okay. Okay. Then we'll go through,
Well,
then we'll go through this.
Claire, I have some comments about the CRA. Can we open it so I can make my comments?
No, I was pointing to where it's not on the agenda tonight. I
Well,
will
it says
put it on.
CRA.
It does say CRA, so.
Was it good?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It does say
it has
CRA.
CRA on
So
there, but
at
there
this
was
point in
nothing.
time, I'm gonna close out our regular meeting, I'm gonna open up the CRA.
So I just, I'm looking at our budget and seeing that our budget is very lean. And I want to, emphasize, and I know that, people are signed up to go to the redevelopment conference. I'm very concerned that we do not have an implementation plan for the much larger CRA plan. We have a list of things to do, but I think we're getting to the point, and Charles has been here for a year now, where it would be very beneficial for us to put on our agenda, discussion of what we can do in the CRA for the greatest return on investment. Because our funds are really small. And we still have, in spite of what is being done, we really have unoccupied buildings. And so I know Christina and Charles are working as a team, but I think it would be helpful to discuss in more detail than what we just see in the city manager's report to get an idea of what they think can be accomplished and to figure out an actual implementation plan.
What does that look like to you? What does an implementation plan look like?
To highlight what would be priorities and the steps that would be taken and the money to get them done. I mean, I've seen them before.
Well, the reason I just provide you a list.
Right, but a list is, in other words, right, I got it.
The way I view redevelopment is like, have you ever seen the old days when the guys that were spinning plates? And you get this one spinning and this one starts stopping, you spinning it. So, we're approaching property owners about a grant, but nobody gets back to us. And then we go over here and plan a special event and then we get back to it. So nothing kind of occurs, on timeline. It's what can we get going? So this person agrees to a grant, so then we got to get bids. And the bids are taking months. Meanwhile, we're still planning the pole improvements and the others. So there's all these things going on simultaneously. And as something stalls out, we switch over and we get the other one cranked up again. And so it's rather than a methodical sort of, first we're going to reach out, send a letter to all property owners to participate in a grant. And then we'll see what response we get. And, there's really not a step-by-step. So the challenge for me, I guess, in creating that for you would be, how do I break it down and then show that it's not in time? So it's as people call us back, and then I was working with a guy, and then some of his properties for sale. Like, oh, I guess we're doing, we have to be able to pivot. Oh, now that's not happening anymore. And we thought this guy was moving in and buying the building. Oh, he's not doing it, disappeared. So same thing, the events come and go, and so it's just a lot of moving parts. So it'd be a challenge, I think, to give you a step-by-step plan.
Okay, I understand that, and I understand that the steps aren't necessarily going to go in order, but what I see is our CRA plan is very, very broad. My idea of an implementation plan for our CRA, and of course there are 3 parts, is to highlight what the greatest challenges are, what the primary objectives should be, what you think is achievable, and then set some priorities. Because my concern is, have we really looked at what the challenges and options are? And I want to make sure that the plates that are being spun are really the ones that are going to get us in the right direction with the little bit of money that we have. And it's a tall job for you and Christina, and as well, I'm a little bit concerned. I asked them, I don't think the downtown partnership has necessarily read the CRA plan. I don't think they've been briefed on that because they're really part of the CRA. So I think that would help, but mainly I think an implementation plan highlighting, our greatest challenges, how we're gonna get there, and then we can all discuss that and pick, we can set realistic priorities.
Sounds to me more like you want a priority. You want everything, you want something prioritized.
Well,
And not necessarily implementation, but this is, as you look at the CRA, these are priorities of what they're gonna be working on. Is
Right.
that more what you're looking for?
Well, priorities are a way that you implement.
Because some of the implementation is not within any of our control. Not within
Hang on,
their
I
control.
think we're sort of there, like,
But some is.
Some is, but a lot of it's not. It's in the property owners.
It's all property owners, personal property owners.
Not, well, you're gonna go to a redevelopment conference,
So I know.
you will understand that, yes, quite a bit of it is within, dependent on our efforts. So,
let me just- So part of that process is the budget process. And I highlighted for you. Where I thought the emphasis in each district would be, given the funds that we project will be available.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez.
You guys have a good night.
Thank you for all your service.
Well, what else going on? So I showed,
You gotta click it on with the hour.
click it over
Yep.
here.
No. Right where you have, yeah, click on that. No, come on.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So if we go back. So talked about in the central CRA, the priorities being, this is the match for the grant for the streetscape. So physically improving the presence on the street, brick pavers, hanging plants and so forth. Advertising, marketing, keeping some money there is much less than, I think earlier we had 30,000 with the pay for the branding. So still utilizing, we have a lot of print material now that we have a brand we can produce. So point of sale, advertisements, social media and so forth. Other festivals, this is to continue the little grants we do as well as provide grants for some of the new events that are coming up. The partnership is focused on making those events self-sustaining. So it doesn't have to keep coming back to the well. We know this well is drying up. As you said, the annual revenue is going to be minimal. And that's the beauty of the Main Street approach is leveraging very few dollars to have a bigger impact. So right now we're in the the years where we got a rollover, we have a surplus we're using up. Eventually that's going to go away. And then still trying to fund building improvement grants. So, and this is just a recommendation to you. Well, you may decide maybe year after next, like we can't afford to do facades anymore until we finish up all the streetscape improvements. And then later we'll pour as much money into facades. So right now the priorities are the streetscape, marketing, special events, and building improvements. Now in the north, this is very broad, improvement projects. And some of the things I outlined, I set up there is the landscaping, both our landscaping and the plaza and the Asian restaurant and so forth. Maybe facade work up there, the plaza, some grant work up there. So physical improvements are a priority up there. These professional services would go along with that, either renderings or surveys, or like if we need an easement or something or whatever. And then a little bit of marketing. So this is what the yellow is showing, kind of the priorities there. But we can do a more detailed look at it. But it kind of be based on this is the south. There's not much money there for much of anything. And then the beauty of this is we can supplement all of our efforts with the efforts of the partnership, that volunteer base that's gonna leverage our money to do even more.
So this is kind of what I'm speaking to. There are numbers here, but we don't have articulated goals and objectives to direct our expenditure of money. I mean, truthfully, I'm not exactly sure where we think the branding is going to take us. I think that's something we need to talk about. Where is the marketing going to take us? We're supposed to be following our CRA plan, and I think it's very important to look at it, to talk about it, and to talk about what is it that we actually want to do here.
So more detail, like what will we spend $10,000 on?
Well, no, what is the goal? And then, yes, what are the goals, and how is the goals that we have, because we can't do everything. Do we want to build commercial, do we want to get new businesses? Do we want to help existing businesses? Do we want to have a combination
So
of
that's I think that's, if we're gonna go into that level of detail, then that's gonna require, that's probably gonna require another
That'll be a
workshop.
long meeting, yeah, that'll be a long meeting.
But we have never really looked at our CRA plan and said realistically, what are we going to do? We just kind of spend money and hope that the components will add up to something. I think it would be helpful to really articulate a goal and decide what steps are really going to have the best hope of getting us there.
Well, I don't agree that we're just spending money and hope we get a result. We're doing a comprehensive approach. It's important that we keep doing special events and marketing and physical improvement, streets and building. It's important we keep all those plates spinning. That's how the program is successful. So that's what we've been doing over the last year, getting them all up and running. And that's what the plan is, to continue doing that, rather than just say, let's spend $100,000 on building improvements. And that'll get us there, because that won't get us there. We have to market, we have to do.
Okay, but this is what we need to articulate to me. Where exactly is there? What goal is it that we want to achieve? Because
Successful downtown, a thriving downtown.
And to me, I think, and I'll just leave it at this, I think we need to be a little more specific than that. How are we going to have a thriving downtown? Because I'm very concerned about the status of both the buildings and the lack of business, and then as well, we have the whole school issue. So, that is what I hope we will do.
Let's do this. Okay, let's do this. I would like, Christine, I know it's late evening, but you've been working with a lot of these buildings. Can you just kind of give everybody kind of an update, just a general update? If you come up here and give us an update on the contacts that you've had and what we have accomplished. I know you've been working with the gentleman down, several of them down here on West Central.
Yes, I've been in constant communication with all of the property owners on Central. I've reached out to all of them back in February and maintained a relationship and communication with them. To start with, the end building on this end of Central where the blue tarps are currently in there, that property owner is going to be clearing out the contents within the next 90 days in hopes to rent a space or sell his property. So that's underway. Again, constant communication with him. The building that we call the arcade building next door with the arches, obviously that building is for sale. There's some businesses going on in there. Again, constant communication with that property owner. We want to, encourage him to clean up his building. I recently asked him to clean up the outside. There were several nests and bugs and dirty furniture outside and things of that nature. So he's cleaned that up. And it took several phone calls. It doesn't just happen with one phone call. It's over and over again and reminders. Moving on across the way, the building on the corner.
Miss Debbie's building.
Yes. That I reached out to them. They cleaned it up and painted it and fixed it up, obviously. And moving on to the other side of Central, The barber shop, of course, constant communication with Kimmy. That building's been fixed up. We're waiting on the awning on that. Charlie Lane's building next door, the gallery and the dance studio space. I've asked them to clean up, which they have. They pressure cleaned and painted the building. There was graffiti on the side. Again, they've since painted that. I've asked them, the glass was damaged in the front. I asked them to replace that. It was taped for at least 3 years that I know since I've been in this area. That's since been replaced. I've asked them to take the dance studio lettering off of the window, which they've done, being that there isn't a dance studio. It's a little misleading to the public. Continuing on down, King's building is, that project is underway, obviously, waiting on awning and the rest of the front repairs. Again, constant communication with the contractor. It's a lot of back and forth. There's material issues. There's all types of components to even just managing a small construction project of that caliber. Ted and Rhonda Turner's building was on the corner. I think it's 236, the one with the marble column and the fire station mural. That constant communication with them as to what they're going to do with their space, and they're open to ideas. We actually have an SBDC meeting that will be there on September 20th in hopes to encourage them and get them excited and get them some ideas going with some new businesses, as well as bring some other entrepreneurs to the area. Moving on, the old Barber Ridge building that's currently being tented, and I have a phone call to return to Mr. Pageant, who has reached out to me, and I'll be discussing with him his intent with that building. Continuing down the block, there's the building owner on the corner. If you're looking, if you're facing north, the building to the left of the old antique store, which is currently residence. Building constant communication with that property owner. Asked him to clean out his space, and he's going to be doing that. He has a lot of contents there, most of which are movie props and items. He's a movie producer. I've linked him with the Purple Plum players in hopes that they could perhaps connect and maybe extract help him get some of that stuff out of his building. He's open to renting or selling that as well. So the rest of the buildings, I've been in contact with, that's just on Central. We will start making our way this way down 17, but that's been a priority for us, is getting those buildings available and open and having reasonable space for these entrepreneurs and potential businesses that are flowing through our area. They are intrigued. Building inventory is obviously an issue, so the first step to correcting that is dealing with these building owners, and that's where we're at right now.
You get things turnkey. And Ace Hardware has also approached us with a rendering to redo their facade. So the idea is to get used. We have almost no usable space today, like turnkey space. So one of our goals has been to get these empty buildings. We may come to you with grant requests to get it usable. I think once it gets usable, we'll be able to rent them out. There's almost nothing today. You could go open up a business next week
without putting a tremendous amount of money into them. But there are businesses that contact you. I know that the chief shared that with me, that they contact you, and it's just trying to find that space. So you got to make it attractive to them.
Yes.
And it's when you build it, hopefully they will come.
Also, the building here on the corner where Brenda used to do hot dogs, constant communication with that current property owner. Coming up with innovative ideas and suggestions and working with her to try to get that space activated. Thank you.
Do you have any more questions?
I just have one question. I got when I read the report when you said the word. What does SDBB stand for with the business?
SBDC, the Small Business Development Center.
Yeah.
They do monthly entrepreneurs.
The one out in Palatka, it's under the small business SBA.
Okay, so that's a Palatka base, that's an existing.
It's a county-based,
Yeah, it's a county base. I think
Yes.
it's housed up there, but it's a SBA. It's, any of you like SCORE or any of that from Volusia County, it's just what we have here in Putnam County.
Okay, but I didn't know if that was something we had local or whatever, and it's too late now, but, I saw that what you call the arcade building has been pressure washed.
Yeah.
Isn't that a stucco building?
Yes.
This is something that our house was stucco in 1926. I don't know when that stucco was put on, but for a lot of these old buildings, for certain materials, there are U.S. Department of the Interior standards, and stucco really should not be pressure washed. It degrades it. So, I mean, it's too late now. Our house has been pressure washed before. It did not have a good effect when we look closely. But I think one thing for the older buildings is to maybe double check with the Department of Interior standards. I haven't cleaned my stucco because there's a chemical term I don't understand. I don't know what it means. But I just wanted to share that with you, and obviously it wasn't fatal, the building didn't fall down.
That's not what's gonna make it fall down.
No, I get that part, but it does have impact over time, we have to. So thank you very much.
With that, if there's no other comments, I'm gonna close CRA and open up our regular meeting. Oh, did you have a comment?
No, I have no comment.
Oh, Diane does?
Diane
Okay.
does.
Okay.
I'm
Diane,
sure if she wanted me to talk with the CRA.
sorry, I didn't see your hand up. Can't believe I missed it in the crowd. I know.
Diane Sykes, the airport Chestnut. I don't remember the context, but I had sent an email to Commissioner Burton, this was several years ago, we were talking about, I said we could purchase office suite, monthly lease it for $8.50 per employee PC. And at the time that was nixed to go with the finance and administration company who bills us $20 per month per employee per PC to have the office suite. The office suite comes, and hopefully this is part of what we have, with a product called Project, which I believe would satisfy Mr. Vito's concern for having things in a more detailed format. Project, if we don't know how to use it, I'm sure for the $20 a month that we're paying for each employee PC, that the finance company would want to train us to use it. I was a project manager for 30 years. It's a very handy tool.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, now I am closing out this area. I've been on the general meeting, and let's get on with this. We've got, city manager report.
Well, you got the report, I just touch on, we've got our new phones in, working out some kinks.
That's a big one.
It works perfect.
Caller ID.
So now, when they were installing that, it's like, just don't put that wire in there, okay?
Commissioner Banks, you asked about the progress on the US 17 lights. It's in give you a copy in your packet.
Yeah, I read
She's
that.
already excited about that.
They decided to have FPL put those in rather than DOT, so we'll be getting an updated plan in the near future, but it probably won't be till after the first of the calendar year.
Right.
And then I mentioned, I just mentioned it here, in case you all have, the mayor had mentioned recalling discussions about our impact fees. You all passed an ordinance, a moratorium back in 2013, I think it was, for 5 years. And then I think in 2018, I can't find any record that you either reinstated them or continued the moratorium, and the auditors were asking what had happened with that moratorium.
Forgot about it.
I think so.
And the mayor had mentioned that she thought early in your term that was discussed. I don't know if anyone else had a recollection.
Any action was taken on it.
So I'll probably need to bring that back to you to see what you want to do. I can learn more about it. We don't charge impact fees currently.
No, right.
Right.
Because the county cut it out too.
Okay. That it?
That's it.
Mr. Pickens? Thank you.
Yeah, I do have, sorry for being late, of course, the one time the 2 meetings are on the same night. They have a record long meeting. It was actually pretty needed. So I typed out a short memo on the noise ordinance or sound ordinance, however you may wish to call it. And then Commissioner DeVito emailed me some questions, and there were two distinctions. Remember when Colonel Wells talked about how to measure it for 20 minutes? After looking at sound ordinances all across the state, I believe that is a pretty standard way. We're not going to be able to get around that, so we're going to have to stick with that. I think the way that we increase compliance with it is to increase the fine. Now I think it's only $82 if you were to violate it, and you could violate it one time or 10 times. I think it even goes in and says that eventually a court could order you to turn over the sound equipment, which I don't think that would ever happen. I don't think that's a realistic goal. Personally, what I think and what I would recommend is the first violation be a fine, or first violation be a warning, and then the second violation is $250, and then third is $500. I think that we'll get some more compliance. We could make it criminal, but then we run into the same problem having to supply them an attorney if they violate it and all of that stuff. So I think that would be the next step to take, to see if we increase the fee to a substantial amount of $250 and $500. If that starts getting more compliance and fixes the problem, if not, then we can come back, and if we need to make it criminal, we'll have to make that decision at this time. I did talk to Mr. Sharp from the Sheriff's Office, and he recommended or encouraged us to adopt the county's ordinance. And I think that was more based off of their deputies being able to enforce one ordinance. He said that he didn't have firsthand knowledge, but he believed that the numbers that were on the maximum allowable decibels, that they had done some research and that they had determined that those would hold up in a court of law. I don't see anything. Our numbers are pretty consistent with other small towns, so I don't think that we have any problem with our maximum allowed limit. I think the one improvement that we could make, and it could be a quick change, would be to establish a higher fine and a tiered fine system where you are punished based on, or you're fined on the amount of times that you have violated the ordinance. I do think that it's good if we're going to make a change, that the first one is, hey, it's a warning, and maybe at that time there could be a little education that, hey, if you violate this again, it's going to be $250 and then $500, and that may open some people's minds and get them to comply a little bit.
So we put some meat in, and we put some teeth in it.
Yeah, right.
Get them in their pocketbook.
Yeah.
Sometimes it makes a difference.
Could we do that in such a way that if they have 30 days to pay it, if they,
For 30 days in jail?
but can that roll into a lien on that property?
I'll have to look into that. I do know that there would probably be some type of collections type stuff that we could do, but I don't know if we could, off the top of my head, I don't know if we could put a lien on that property based on that.
Well, and wouldn't that be expensive?
To put a lien?
I mean, more expensive than to send them to collection.
Yeah, because my understanding of collect, I've only ever worked against collection companies, but my understanding is that they buy the debt for a fraction of the cost, and then if they recover them, the person they buy it from, at least they recoup something, and then if they collect something, so yes, it would be cheaper to do something with collection versus.
Which is partial, because that ruins their credit, right?
Not
Yeah.
necessarily. I mean, if you give them you have to have a social security number along with it when you give them a fine.
No, most generally, when a collector calls me,
Yeah.
because I know who owns the bill, first of all, I'm surprised, I obviously forgot something. I immediately call the person I owe the money to. I just pay it, because I don't want it to go over.
But obviously, we need,
Yes.
Yeah.
so that's great.
Do you want us to bring that back to you? Those changes?
So with the warning, 250 and then 5.
I think that's good. You get in the budget. Yeah. Put some teeth
Okay.
The only other thing I have, I'll send out a memo. It wasn't done in time. We have the issue with where the person ran into the natural gas thing up by the high school.
Yeah.
And the insurance would cover it. I sent a demand letter to their insurance company to get their insurance policy to see if it's something that we would be able to go after them for. So once I look through that, I'm gonna meet with Mr. Frank, and then I'll have because at this point we're either going to, we may have to sue. I'll have with all our options. I mean,
The car that hit it, blaming the car that was chasing them. And then their insurance car insurance company saying, no, it's the other insurance, so go after them. So the person that hit it, they're saying their driver's not liable because somebody was cheese. So the court's not concerned.
Just, ma'am, how much are we out? What is the level of damage? Ballpark,
It's less than 10,000.
but more than 5,000?
I think it's $7,000.
So it's a big chunk of change.
Yeah.
Yes.
For- Especially for,
Yeah.
especially for them.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, thank you. Okay, commission, do we have any comments? Are there any comments that anybody has?
I think,
Commissioner Burke? Commissioner Bank, you start. Sorry, Commissioner
I
Bank.
think I brought up the call about our coming into Crescent City, going north,
Yes, sir.
our welcome to Crescent City
You
sign.
can't see it anymore.
You can't see it.
It's overgrown.
Or we're
Guy
going
mowing
to
this
do
with
the
weed.
new, aren't you gonna do the new logo?
Yeah, we have another design yet, but we'll bring that to you eventually.
I know somebody wants to buy a couple of those signs.
Yeah, I think those signs are gonna be a hot commodity, we might be able to pay for the new sign. Yeah, there's a lot of demand for those old signs.
It's just a reminder,
Yeah,
Okay.
I noticed that.
because he was busy at that time. So,
Commissioner Burke?
Good.
You good?
Durant is on the waiting for me right now.
I'm good. Commissioner DeVito?
Yeah, thank you. I do have a couple of issues. One is the sheriff's report brought up that someone was bitten by a dog. And if y'all remember, the county had suggested we adopt their animal control ordinance, and the mayor, put
I
together
only
something.
did that and
Okay.
I only did that to try to help them all out because it was a cut and paste thing and I'll never ever do that. I'll never help out that way again. I'll dig a ditch, I'll do whatever, but I'm never messing with a computer again.
Okay, well, hold on, we discussed it, but, when someone was bitten by a dog, and then we had the lady complaining about the animals roving, I looked at our animal control ordinance, and it is missing 3 things that I think the county ordinance has, and that our ordinance needs. It's missing anything about dangerous dogs, or repeat offenses, or dog bites. Like it just says dogs should be loose and you can be fined $100. Now, Captain Ussery is taking steps in these particular situations, but, we did go over our ordinance, and when we look at what's happened, those 3 things and probably a more significant fine or something on the nature of what, Bobby has suggested would really be beneficial, because we don't really have a way, we don't really have a way to sanction people whose dogs are really a problem.
Right. I have to say that the county, in going through that line by line by line, outside of the animals that we do not have in the city, that we would not have in the city, their ordinance was significantly detailed,
Yes, and so.
much more detailed than what we had. So, I was,
Right, I mean, you walked through it,
Yeah.
it's longer, but I think the parts that we need are the parts that deal with, the dangerous and extremely nuisance dogs.
Okay.
And so I think we need that, because otherwise we're just kind of sitting ducks, so to speak. As well, I just wanted to bring up, not sure what we're gonna do about this, but it's a continuing problem. We seem to be having a greater and greater number of people sleeping and camping on various pieces of private property around here, both occupied and unoccupied. I am quite aware of at least 3 private sites behind commercial buildings, and we have an increasing number of people sleeping in our parks, particularly Sunrise Park, where it's kind of secluded. I don't know if it was a party or someone camping overnight, but someone had a fire in Sunrise Park over the weekend. And as well, people have told me that human waste has been found in some of our parks that people are coming in contact with. And so that I think this is something we need to keep on our horizon, and as well, the county is doing their budget just as we are doing our budget. And I would like to see us talk about, actually, I was gonna ask about this, if we could possibly talk at our next meeting about possibly making a request to the county. Because we can't address animal control ourselves, we have to rely on their services, and as well, social services. That's something that the county has to address. Tiny little Crescent City cannot deal with that. So, there you have it.
Okay. That it?
That's it.
Okay.
Mayor, I neglected to mention, like his last name is Paul on our public works crew, lost both his parents in the last few days.
He did.
Within
His
a day
mother
or two of
died,
each other.
Paul, his mother died, and then his father died today.
So just, you see him, he'll probably be out for the next week or so.
You don't hear of that very often with
No.
two spouses,
Yeah,
but
because
it's,
in the same room.
yeah.
Yeah.
And when one went, the other one just gave up as well. And, so it's a tough time, that's a tough time for him. So if you do see him, please just, reach out to him. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
He's a good guy, so. We're in a campaign cycle right now, as we know. Campaign signs, I spoke to Charles about it, so unfortunately, most of our candidates have left, but everybody just needs to make sure they keep them out of the right of way. And so Pam's gonna.
We'll keep them here, they can come pick them up.
Yeah, we're not gonna, don't keep them here, just, everybody knows the drill, we always do, Pam puts them over, when she finds them, she puts them over by the, over by the dumpster. So, yeah. And I think that's it. I don't have anything else. Commissioner West, you good? Okay. With that, I'm gonna go ahead, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Second. Okay, all in favor, aye? Meeting adjourned at 10:15.